4, and this was question 71, and there was a private member's motion, and it was moved by Kangombe, that's Christopher Kangombe, who is a Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, increase operating hours of for public health facilities, and that in order to enhance health service delivery, this House urges the government to increase operating hours for public health facilities countrywide, and this motion was negatived.
And the Zambia Qualification Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2022 was supposed to be considered, but it was deferred to a later date.
Pauline, there was a resumption of the motion of supply, the motion of 30th September, which was presented by the Minister of Finance. The House do resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2020, together with the annual borrowing plan, which was presented to the National Assembly by the Minister of Finance. And quite a number of members of Parliament have been debating, and it being 1910 hours, the second Deputy Speaker interrupted the proceedings, and the debate on the motion stood adjourned. And it was Mr. Peter Piri, MP, who was debating at the time. Business was interrupted for adjournment. So when it comes up, this motion comes up for consideration, we'll continue debating. We need to shift our attention, and we should also make mention, Pauline, that our sign language interpreter this particular afternoon is Jason Manda, and he will be joined by Chola Kauma later. Let's look at today's business.
Yes, we have quite a number of questions that will be considered under Standing Order 74. And the first question is coming from Bangweulu Member of Parliament, Mr. Anthony Kasandwe, and he wants to find out from the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development when the construction of the following feeder roads in Bangweulu Parliamentary Constituency will be completed. And these are Kalasamkosa, Chinwashiba, and Chisembe. And he also wants to know what the cause of the delay in completing the project is.
Question 73 will come from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Chinga Miutu. And this question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. The Member of Parliament would like to find out what the total number of registered agricultural cooperative societies in Kalabo District was as of February 2022. How many farmers benefited from the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, in the district during the 2021-2022 farming season. And the C part of the question, the member would like to find out what measures are being taken to increase the total beneficiaries in the district.
And we have a question coming from Milazi, Member of Parliament. This will be for the Minister of Energy and Development. For now, we cross over to the floor of the House as the Honorable Madam
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with be to God. Bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, rest to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Matters of urgent public importance. We'll start with the Honorable Member for Pambashi.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to quote documents. I'm raising this matter in relation to our Honor the Vice President, who is the leader of government business. Madam Speaker, Article number 34 of our standing orders gives the criteria on which a matter of public urgent importance must be raised on government. A member intending to raise a matter of urgent public importance may at an appropriate time rise in his or her seat or indicate the intention to do that. You've recognized me, and then the matter is allowed when the matter is being one of the urgent public importance and direct the Vice President or a minister to respond to the matter, either immediately or on a specified future date. B, direct a member to reduce in writing the urgent matter, the matter of the public importance and schedule it for debate on the specific future date, or disallow the matter as not being one of the urgent public matters. Where more than one matter of urgent is raised, the presiding officers are at liberty. I come to admissibility, Madam Speaker. It is a case of recent occurrence. It does not relate to the general state of affairs. It involves the administrative or ministerial responsibility of government. It requires the immediate attention of the state and the House and the government. It deals with only one substantive issue. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on one important matter of public agents. Madam Speaker, the Police Service Commission has terminated employment of the following police officers, and I'll read the letter without citing the reason. One, Dr. Mulenga Fred, DCP. DCP stands for Deputy Commissioner of Police, which is the highest office in the Zambia Police Service as a civil servant. Number two, Dr. Piri, DCP. Number 3, Chish Edward, DCP. Number 4, Masia James, DCP. Number 5, Insofa Michael, DCP. Number 6, Mwandira, DCP. Number 7, Mr. Wanga, DCP. Number 8, Jambwa, DCP. Number 9, Mbuz Lazarus, DCP. Number 10, Tembo Simon, Senior Assistant Commissioner of Police. Number 11, Ingulube Mwemba. Number 10, Chipashangosa. Number 12, Chipashangosa. Number 13, Sapaulo Po. Number 14, Gausen Gunston. Number 15, Shonga Arthur. Number 16, Malama George. Number 17, Chewe Isaac. Number 18, the Kawamba Moses. Number 19, Chabirikira Aaron. Number 20, Pir Yoram. Number 21, Mambo Edward. Number 22, I will lay the list on the table. Chipashangosa, several names, Madam Speaker. And there were a letter against our laws of the land, and I'll quote the Employment Code Act. I want to read the letter. And I'll read the letter for protecting the honor of this letter. And now, Madam Speaker, is raised. Staff termination of employment, yourself. The same letter reads the same to all the 36 senior police officers who've been fired. The reference is made to the above subject. I wish to inform you that Zambia Police Service, the Commission acting in the name and on behalf of His Excellency the President, has directed that your employment be terminated effective 28 September 2022, in accordance with the terms and conditions of service for the public service number 35C. Lastly, I wish to thank you most sincerely for the commendable service rendered to the public service and indeed on the government, as well as I wish you every success in your future endeavor. Madam Speaker, I had recourse to the condition of service being referred to. It talks about terminating with giving 1 month notice to the employees who are on a probation period. Some of these officers, Madam Speaker, have served more than 20, 30 years. And the condition of service states that the person's contract that is on probation period may be terminated by giving 1 month notice. And they are relying on a service commission or a responsible officer may terminate the appointment as established in relation to the employment code. Madam Speaker, I had avested myself with the law code the employment code in Act number 19, number 3 of 2019. And I'll quote to the Madam Speaker on article number 52. A contract of employment termination in the manner states in the contract of employment or in any other manner in which a contract is terminated under this act may, other than law, except that where an employee terminates the contract, shall not terminate the contract without giving a reason to the employee for the termination of the employment contract of any employment nature in Zambia. So, Madam Speaker, is our honor the Vice President, who is the leader of government business, in order to contradict my brother, His Excellency President Againde Ichirem, who on several occasions, including here, gave directive that public workers will not who will not be fired without justifiable cause and without giving reason. And, Madam Speaker, is she in order to abrogate the employment code that is very instructive and directive to all employers in Zambia, including the government, that these noble men and women who have served this country, others began during Kahunda, others during the MMD time, and we found and we inherited them, in order to fire over 36 senior police officers without giving them a reason, just within the past 1 week, without complying with the Labor and Industrial Relations Act as cited in the Employment Code. And for the purpose of reference, Madam Speaker, I will lay all these documents on the table. And in contravention with our Republican Constitution, Article number 189 and number 188, I will lay all these documents on the table, and I will seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to raise a matter of national urgent importance. Madam Speaker, I've been approached by colleagues in the legal fraternity, lawyers, and many others to raise this matter of national urgent importance. Madam Speaker, there is a court ruling to stay the holding of elections in Kabushi as well as Kwacha constituencies, pending the court's determination of certain substantive issues. Madam Speaker, the Court also on 7th October 2022 also upheld the fact that there is a stay on the holding of elections by the High Court. Further, just this morning, the Court of Appeal has also emphasized that going ahead with elections in Kabushi as well as Kwacha constituencies will not only be contemptuous, but also the outcome thereof shall be an illegality. Madam Speaker, the President of this country has preached on several occasions the rule of law, and in fact has even addressed this House on the same issue. Madam Speaker, as we speak, I'm informed that the President is in Kabushi and ballot papers have also arrived. Madam Speaker, Part 1 of the Constitution of Zambia, Article 1.1 to be specific, talks about the supremacy of the Constitution. The Constitution is supreme, and any other law or practice or any activity that is inconsistent with these provisions is void to the extent of the inconsistency. Madam Speaker, the Constitution has created the courts to make orders that are binding on everyone and on any organ of the state. The Constitution of Zambia is anchored on separation of powers. Madam Speaker, the issue before this House that I'm raising is whether the executive has taken over the powers of the ECZ, and now the executive is ignoring the numerous orders of the court, orders as I've said. Madam Speaker, it appears right now that there is a constitutional crisis in this country, because constitutional democracy is not working. Everything is wrong. Look at the ECZ, no commissioners, no substantive chief executive officer. Everything is going wrong. The Drug Enforcement Commission, there's something wrong. Talk about the JCC, there's total confusion. The DPP's office is now in tatters. Madam Speaker, this nation is burning. Thank you.
I think you are just now going too wide.
Oh, sorry, Madam
You
Speaker.
are ignoring the issue that you had started. Can you please be specific to the issue? Otherwise, you are confusing us by bringing in so many issues. Can you be specific?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance and direction. Madam Speaker, the question is, and it's directed to the Minister of Justice, is this government going to actually abide by, in view of the ruling of the court, is it ready to respect the courts in this country? Because it has never happened. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm the tallest. Yeah. I would like, Madam Speaker, I would like my matter of urgent importance is arising first from Article 91, which states there shall be a president of the Republic of Zambia who shall be the head of state and government and commander-in-chief of the defense forces. And unlike people that just talk about, I think I've quoted on the Constitution. Arising from this, I am stressed with cause, both locally and from the diaspora, of what is happening in the country. I know my focus is not on the Kabushi and the Kwacha by-elections. This matter of public importance is directed at the Vice President, Madam Vice President. The people of Chirubi and many other people are so shocked of the way we are handling the presidency. I said this, Madam Speaker, is that it's causing international embarrassment, it is causing local embarrassment, and as I referred earlier to the calls that I've received, I'm asking that going by what is happening in the Copper Belt, the president has gone there on one stay twice, and the people seem not to overlook the law, and the president has preached several times the rule of law. But I think we'll blame this on the handlers of the president, because I think the president does not handle himself. Now, we need to realize, Madam Speaker, am I protected from the Minister of Justice?
Order,
Yes.
honorable members, order.
Yeah. What we need to know.
The honorable member for Chirubi may be mind the way you use certain words towards the president. And can you please just be specific to your issue? You can go ahead.
Well, guide that, but what I'm trying to protect is the presidency, which I've also sworn to protect, even in this house. Because the president does not belong to UPND. He is a Republican president. That's why I quoted Article 91, because that is a Republican president. And me as a citizen who was sworn to protect the Constitution according to Article 2, and further backed by Article 62, I will not watch anyone abuse my president the way the president has been abused. So, when we look at such, currently, the president, sorry, I'm not using these words against the president. I'm using these words against the handlers. The president is being exposed to embarrassment because of wrong handling. Is the people handling the president? We are so shocked, really, because me, I'm even failing to answer the calls that I'm getting. Yes, the issue is the embarrassment that we are exposing the president. Yes, the issue is the embarrassment that we are, it's not to do with by-elections or anything, but the embarrassment that we are exposing the president.
Order,
Yes.
honorable member.
Yeah.
I had guided you to say, can you be specific? Because as at now, you are just saying people are embarrassing the president. What is the issue there which is making the president to be what you are talking about? Because we are lost, we don't know. Because me, I haven't even seen how the president is embarrassed. What is the issue?
The issue, Madam Speaker, is that the president has been taken to Copper Belt twice by his handlers. And I think many of these are turning out to be a bit of imbalancing situations. That is the issue.
So the issue you are talking about is the president going to the Copper Belt twice. Is that the issue that you are talking
Can I clarify further? Can I clarify further, Madam Speaker? You are not a speaker. Let me listen from the speaker.
Order, honorable
Yes.
members. I'm trying to get the honorable member for Chirubi. So let's conclude this point. You are saying the issue is for the president going to the copper belt twice. That is what is embarrassing the president.
No, not going to the copper belt twice. The president has the right to go to anywhere in the country, including Chiruli. He has gone there twice. Following, we all know he's following by-elections there. But there is a stay. And there is a stay first that forbids those elections. There is another stay which has not been respected. That's the issue. The issue is not about the president has the right. He's a Republican president. He can go anywhere. But it's attached to the stay. And he has, that's where the embarrassment is coming from.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order, honorable members, we move on. The honorable member for Chembe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Before we proceed, honorable members, let's not waste time on describing these matters of urgent public importance. We should come prepared to the House to say, my issue today that I'm going to bring out is this and that. You don't have to debate your matters of urgent public importance. Otherwise, what we are going to do, if you debate, then you would have provided the answer. And we are not going to admit those matters of urgent public importance. Let us be strict, let us be focused, and straight to the point. The honorable member for Chembe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, well guided. My matter of urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. Currently, in our rural constituency, people are anxious in the manner in which the fertilizer will be distributed. My issue in my constituency, Chembe constituency, is that people were told to register clubs, cooperative, etc., but the number of parks that are located to Chembe district are very small to cater for our farmers. Henceforth, I want the minister to guide whether he will put up a supplement on those parks that have been sent to Chembe. On a serious note, Honorable Minister, you need to do something. The people there, they are crying. We are no longer fishermen, to remind you. We are now farmers. So you need to do something. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support matter of urgent of public importance. Madam Speaker, goes to the Minister of
Let's give the honorable member for Nyimba a chance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter goes to the Minister of Home Affairs. I think it's in the public domain now that if you commit an offense, somebody from somewhere would dream to report you to police, and police have to bundle in the Land Cruiser and take you to that respective area. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that the NDC leader, Madam Savoy Mboera, there is an alleged offense he committed in Saka, and somebody from Kabompo dreamed to report him in Kabompo, and is about to be bundled. He has been told to go and report in Kabompo. Madam Speaker, the people on your left, they made the same mistakes. That's why they are seated at your left. And I admire the pronouncements coming from the people on your right. But the mistakes repeating what your people on your left did, this may cost them. Madam Speaker, I need a very serious guidance on this one. Are we going to be punishing our political opponents by putting them on the Land Cruisers to go to areas where they never committed an offense? I seek your serious guidance. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity on the matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, the good people of Petauke, 98% are farmers, and our source of income is farming. And they formed cooperatives, and in almost each cooperative, there are about 40 members, 40 farmers in each cooperative. And all of them, they depend on FISIP. They depend on FISIP, but they were called this week to say each cooperative will get 3 packs. 3 packs. Now, 3 packs, per pack, it's about 6 bags of fertilizer, which times 3, it's coming to 18. But 18 to cater for 40 farmers. The farmers from Petauke, they're appealing to the minister so that maybe he can intervene to try to increase maybe the number of packs allocated to each cooperative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the last honorable member who is talking about increasing the number of packs to the members of certain cooperatives in his constituency. Even the way you presented this matter, honorable member, it suits to be a question. You can raise a question so that you can even ask the honorable minister on the floor the way you did, if he can increase the number of packs for the farmers. And this also is the same issue that was raised by the honorable member for Chembe. You can come up with a question. Understanding order number 74. The honorable member for Nyimba raised the question about Madame Savoy, who was reported in Kawompo by some citizens there, and she was transported to Kawompo in an open van, the Land Cruisers. Honorable member, this is not a new phenomenon in our country. I'm sure you saw, even years back, it has been happening. There is an honorable member who is present here. He was also bundled. I saw many incidences. So this, for me, is not a new matter that can be looked at as an urgent matter of public importance. However, I didn't say it's not important. You can find another way of bringing this issue to the House. It's not new. It has been happening. So the honorable member for Nyimba will take it up with that guide. The honorable member for Chiruvi. The honorable member for Chiruvi was talking about embarrassing the president, which to me I didn't clearly understand. How the people of certain people of the country are embarrassing the president. It was not clear, honorable member. Is it possible that you can use another avenue so that maybe your question will be so clear and then you get a good answer? Because as at now, I don't think the honorable minister can surely come to this House and talk about an embarrassment by the president. It's not so clear. So the honorable member is advised maybe to check at his question or the matter so that he can put it clearer to the presiding officers so that they can be able to help him. Otherwise, as at now, it's honorable member, that matter is not clear before the House. The honorable member for Feira was talking about the by-elections of Kawushi and Kwacha constituency. Honorable member, this matter has not been concluded by the courts, and it's not this House that has got the mandate to interpret the rulings of the court. This House has got the mandate to make the laws. The interpretation is by the courts. So as long as this issue hasn't yet been concluded, we cannot talk about it in this House. Then the honorable member for Pambashi was talking about some people, over 36 people from the police service that were fired. He produced a list with names of those people that was also accompanied by a letter to support what he was talking about. However, honorable member, it's very important to mention here that matters of employment are governed by conditions and terms of contract. It is usually advised that if some members that have been fired or whose contract has been terminated, the aggrieved parties have got the liberty to pursue the matters and exhaust all channels as provided in the public service. It is not for this House. Because imagine if we keep on receiving complaints of people that have been fired, whose contracts has been terminated, then I can say we'll be misusing this House, because that is not the duty of this House. If people are aggrieved, that's why we've got the courts. The aggrieved people have got all the rights to go to the courts so that they can be helped by the courts. Thank you so much. Honorable members have permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this rare privilege to make a ministerial statement on points of urgent nature which were raised by the Honorable Member for Pambashe, Honorable Chitotela, and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama South, Honorable Mungandu. Madam Speaker, before I proceed to make my ministerial statement, allow me to congratulate the Electoral Commission of Zambia and the Attorney General of the Republic of Zambia for winning the petition that was before the Constitutional Court, wherein this morning the Constitutional Court has made a ruling that the Kavushi and the Kwacha parliamentary constituency by-elections should proceed without any latent hindrance, overruling the High Court of Zambia, overruling the Court of Appeal, pursuant to Article 128 of the Constitution of Zambia. Congratulations, ECZ and the Attorney General. Madam Speaker, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a ministerial statement on the matters of urgent public importance raised by honorable members of parliament. The first one was raised by Honorable Davison Mongandu, Member of Parliament for Chama South Constituency, regarding violence allegedly perpetrated by UPND cadres. The second one was raised by Honorable Ronald Trotela, Member of Parliament for Pambashe Constituency, regarding alleged UPND militia. The final one was raised by Honorable Musanje, Member of Parliament for Mbawala Constituency, on violence during nominations caused by a violent political party. Madam Speaker, the country has over the past decade observed a peculiarly vicious form of electoral violence that emerges each time there are elections. Electoral violence represents an extraordinary phenomenon in our society, perpetrated by people with purely selfish, destructive intentions and without a genuine cause. Such people do not mean well for good governance and democracy. They aim to instill fear in the masses for their own ill-intended motives. Zambia has always been known as a cradle of peace and is one of the pioneers of multi-party democracy in Africa. Madam Speaker, elections are intended as mechanisms for peaceful arbitration of political rivalries, but they have frequently become flashpoints for political violence. Violence in any form violates the spirit and in many cases the letter of our well-meaning Constitution, which seeks to guarantee freedoms and liberties against any encroachment. The New Dawn administration shall not sit idle and watch freedoms, liberties, and the esteem of the citizens of this great nation being reduced and dampened. The New Dawn leadership shares the vision of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, who has taken a tough line on violence in all its form. Madam Speaker, the brief facts of the cases that occurred on 13th of October 2022 during the nominations for council chairperson by-elections in various parts of the country are as follows. In Lusangazi district, Eastern Province, the nominations exercise progressed without any incident of violence until suspected party cutters spotted a named Patriotic Front sympathizer who was suspected of having been insulting the Republican president. The PF sympathizer was almost manhandled by suspected party cadres, but police swiftly intervened and calmed the situation. This occurred on Thursday, 13th October 2022 at Lusangazi Civic Center around 15 hours. The police cancelled the two parties and the situation was normalized. Similarly, in Mukuchi district, the nomination exercise for the council chairperson by-elections progressed without any violent incidences until 15:30 hours. The Zambia Police Service in Mukuchi received 5 reports of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, in which 5 persons were assaulted by suspected party cadres using stones. The victims sustained injuries, including cuts on different parts of the body, painful hands, painful shoulders, and general body pains. The facts of the matter that are, after all the parties successfully filed in their nominations and they all left the nomination center. Suspected PF sympathizers were attacked by an alleged political party cadres. The suspected PF cadres were using a Volvo motor vehicle registration number AHB 8622, which was pelted with stones, causing injuries to the 5 victims and maliciously damaging the windscreen of the motor vehicle. The damage to the motor vehicle was valued at 4,000 kwacha. Investigations in the cases are ongoing. No arrests have been made so far. Madam Speaker, with regard to Chama district, the Zambia Police Service did not record instances of political violence. However, around 9 hours, the Zambia Police Service recorded 2 cases of murder in which 2 subjects of Chief Kambombo area in Mugweza village were violently murdered by other villagers after being suspected of practicing witchcraft. Police also recorded 1 case of attempted murder in which 1 person was almost murdered by the same villagers who had murdered the other 2 persons. The facts of the matter are that on unknown date, but in the month of September 2022, the 2 deceased persons and the survivor were suspected of having bewitched a family member by a known diviner in the village. The same accusations were made by another diviner in Lundazi against the trio. This prompted the villagers to rise against the 3 persons, resulting in the death of 2 victims and severe injuries to the other. Assorted weapons were used to inflict the fatal injuries and severe injuries to the victims. Police have instituted investigations in the cases. 1 person has been arrested in connection with the cases. Madam Speaker, I would like to tell the nation, through this August House, that the new Dawn administration does not condone violence in any form and shall endeavor to supplant it wherever it appears. The new Dawn administration will continue to ensure that violence in all its manifestations is subdued. Violence, regardless of the source and form, is a vice which should be condemned by all peace-loving Zambians. I also want to assure the nation that government will do everything to ensure that peace reigns before, during, and after the forthcoming by-elections. We shall ensure that life and property are protected and all political players conduct themselves in an accepted manner. Madam Speaker, government is highly alert to maneuvers by some unscrupulous people with intentions to dent the image of the New Dawn leadership, and has noted with great concern a number of cases of electoral violence that have been recorded in some parts of the country where by-elections have been held. Let me urge the Zambia Police Service to expeditiously bring all those involved to book, regardless of political affiliation. In the same vein, I urge all victims of violence and the general public to report cases of violence to law enforcement officers. Madam Speaker, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, has made it clear over and over again that violence of any form has no place to thrive. It is in this regard that His Excellency has directed all law enforcement agencies to be professional in the discharge of their duties. The government of the United Party for National Development has demonstrated that violence of any form has no place in Zambia, and there are no sacred cows in the crusade to rid the country of this vice. The New Dawn administration is committed to ensuring that the people of Zambia fully enjoy their civil liberties and rights. Madam Speaker, in order to prevent violence before, during, and after elections, the Zambia Police Service is undertaking the following measures. One, deploying additional police officers in areas where elections are being held. I want to confirm, Madam Speaker, that this afternoon we have deployed an extra 200 paramilitary officers on the cover belt to ensure that the elections in Kabushi and Kwacha, which will be held tomorrow and be concluded at 18 hours, are free and fair. Two, we shall enhance cooperation and understanding among the members of the public, leaders of political parties, as well as their party cadres. Three, launching offline and online campaigns to strengthen youth resistance to political manipulation and violence, and to promote peaceful participation in elections. Four, reaching out to citizens using traditional media to broadcast peace education messages through public service announcements, drama, and talk programs. Five, enhancing crowd management control, particularly during by-elections. Six, discouraging political parties from ferrying cadres to areas where there are by-elections. Seven, engaging stakeholders on the importance of unity regardless of political, religious, and ethnic grouping to avoid loss of life and damage to property. Eight, sensitizing the general public on the importance of upholding law and order. And nine, enhancing intelligence gathering. Madam Speaker, let me warn all those perpetrating violence, specifically political party cadres, that they are not an exception to the provisions of the law. Perpetrators of violence will be dealt with regardless of political affiliation. Let me assure the nation through this August House that the new Dawn administration is anchored on the rule of law and will effectively manage the affairs of the nation, and in particular, the elections that will be held tomorrow in Kabushi and Kwacha, that we shall ensure that the rule of law reigns. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once more, Madam Speaker, when we want to treat violence with kid gloves, violence won't stop. It's very important that we mention the names of people who were attacked than mentioning the people who were attacked. It's just important. Madam Speaker, at one point, permit me to say this, at one point, Madam Speaker, I headed the political party in a province called Copperbelt. In my tenure of being a youth chairman, I never allowed any nonsense in the province. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Any mischievous of any political party in that province, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, people fought, I ordered. Some of them are seated there. They are ministers today. I told them, if you start a violence, you are on your own, and we shall make sure that police arrest you. Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Home Affairs, why is it so difficult to mention that a certain political party attacked a certain political party, and the President has repeated on several occasions, he is not going to tolerate political violence? Is it so difficult to mention that political party UPND or political party PF attacked a certain political party? Is it so difficult? Failure to mention them, Honorable Minister, you are not handling the case well. This violence will continue because you are handling it with kid gloves. I rest my case, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, it's not difficult for me to mention a political party that is involved in violence. But it's difficult for me to mention a political party or an individual who has not been identified and mentioned. The issue at hand is that the PF were attacked and investigations are going on. I can mention the PF having been attacked because the record is there. But there is no record to show and evidence to prove that the UPND were involved. I can tell you the last time I made a statement here, I did mention that UPND were alleged to have committed an offense. In this particular case, there's no evidence. There were so many political players in Mukushi, in Rusangazi. So I cannot identify who the perpetrators are until the investigation is concluded.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My brother, Honorable Minister, Home Affairs and Internal Security, Jackie Mimba, I want to roll your mind. 2 years ago, you were seated there after Honorable Kampiongo issued a statement. You remember our conversation outside. And as a lawyer, you are a custodian of law and you are a defender of human rights. And I expect the position that you took, strong position against violence, the way the president has condemned. If we don't mention my brother, tomorrow it will turn. I want to hear your position very clear as minister in charge of internal security, who's supposed to respect the rule of law, to protect even the condemned criminal, to protect even the people that are not supposed to be protected. You've identified, we saw in the picture, the one that is alleged to be insulting His Excellency the President was Honorable Nakachinda. And we saw youth in UPND regard almost fighting and be separated by the police. And the police saw them. Why didn't the police arrest those people that they even held? They let them go and then they come and give you a statement to say, alleged, the political cadre that we don't know them, attacked Honorable Nakachinda. Do you think our men and women in uniform, especially who are on those sides, are doing just to His Excellency the President, who stood on the firm ground, I know he's an Adventist, against violence? Do you think your staff are doing you justice and the President by shielding the wrongdoers? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did mention that in Chama, there was no political violence there. In Rusangazi, the report which we have as police related to the violence where party cadres wanted to harass a PF cadre. I have mentioned that. If Honorable Nakachinda was harassed by whoever, and according to Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, being harassed by UPND cadres, he should have gone to the police. As far as I'm concerned, I have no report. We are guided by rules here that I should only present matters where I have evidence. The only evidence is the matter of our dear brother who was being harassed and was saved by the police in Rusangazi. And I did mention that in Mukushi, there was a report of assault on PF members, and investigations are going on. And I want to make it very clear on the floor of this House, Madam Speaker, that ourselves as UPND government, we have arrested a number of our own officials and have been convicted, and they are serving for having perpetrated violence, because we don't condone it. If we have evidence against any particular member of the UPND and there's evidence, we shall take action. Yeah. But I cannot make allegations against any person if there's no evidence. If members on your left, Madam, have evidence, let them produce the evidence, we'll follow up the matter, and we'll prosecute accordingly.
Yeah.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. and I appreciate the Minister for the ministerial statement he has rendered to the House. But permit me, Madam Speaker, to just respond to the issue he has raised away from his ministerial statement regarding the Concord ruling. Madam Speaker, we are readers here and we must give our members of the public correct information. Madam Speaker, today there's been no Concord ruling. The Concord ruling was on the 17th of October, on Monday, in which the Constitutional Court delivered two rulings, which are in public domain. I had the privilege to be in that court, Madam Speaker. And I followed the rulings very closely, both of them. And both rulings took cognizance of the court orders. Madam Speaker, there are armchair critics who are making noise on the other side.
Order, honorable members. The honorable member for Shiwangandu will continue.
Thank you.
However, the issue is not even in the ministerial statement.
Yeah, but he raised it, Madam Speaker.
You can go ahead,
Thank
just wind up that issue so that it can be followed by any other question.
In winding up that issue, Madam Speaker, the two rulings, the majority ruling and the minority ruling, took cognizance of the orders that have been issued in the two other courts, the High Court and the Court of Appeal. And they further guided that elections can be held beyond 90 days. What was in court today was a matter which was in the Court of Appeal. And the ruling is not anywhere giving a go-ahead to ECZ to go ahead with elections. So we need to be factual, Madam Speaker, as we press matters on the record in this August House. And if what I'm saying is the contrary, I would like the Minister to put what he's saying on the table of this August House. My follow-up question, Madam Speaker, to the Honorable Minister, is that, Honorable Minister, like my colleague, Honorable Chitota, said, Madam Speaker, there is unruliness and dishonorable conduct of our colleagues.
Honorable members, let's not waste time debating while seated. We know the rules of this House, that there is supposed to be silence in the House. And we allow just one member to be on the floor. The other members are supposed to be quiet. Mind you, there are other people who are listening to the proceedings of this House. Can we maintain silence? And can we allow the honorable member for Shiwangandu to continue with his question? The honorable member for Shiwangandu will continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I appreciate the statement from the Honorable Minister. And like my Honorable colleague said, the Honorable Minister and I used to have these engagements at length, the issues to do with violence. And I know where you are seated, Minister, you love this issue of people from the party giving their own statements and the police giving their own statements. And it's a very interesting balancing act you will have to do, Honorable Minister. I was in Mukush on that particular day. And like you have said, the filing in...
Order, honorable members. The honorable member for Shiwangandu will conclude his question. Can we give him time and space to conclude?
Indeed, like you said, the filing in went on smoothly and everything went well. Honorable Minister, the attack on the PF supporters who were on a truck was very visible, and I think videos have gone round of that incident. And the perpetrators of that violence, because Bukoshi is generally a very peaceful place. Probably that was the first time people witnessed that kind of act. The culprits are well known, Honorable Minister. And it is a responsibility that if we have to curb this violence, we need to act decisively. Why is it, Madam, I want to continue to be honorable, but the honorable colleagues there.
May the honorable member finish your question? The honorable member for Shiwangandu, can you finish your question?
Honorable Minister, why is it so difficult that for the police in Mkushi to get those culprits who are well known? Who are well known by the community and even the police? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. If you can comment on this first issue, if you can, and then you can answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to inform my dear colleague that his information which he has pertaining to the rulings of court is outdated and have been superseded by the latest judgment of the Constitutional Court in Bernard Kanengo versus the ECZ. Today, this afternoon, they have decided that the elections must go on tomorrow from 6 hours up to 18 hours. And the results will be announced immediately after counting tomorrow. And the winner will be announced. That is the decision of the highest court that is bestowed with the jurisdiction of interpreting constitutional matters pursuant to Article 128 of the Constitution of Zambia. The elections are going on tomorrow, starting from 6 hours up to the last voter in the line who will be voting. And I console you that in future you shall, as PF, stand for elections. But for tomorrow, bye-bye polio.
The Honorable Minister...
Sorry, I withdraw that, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to my colleague.
Is going to withdraw bye-bye polio.
I have withdrawn and I apologize to my colleague. I'm sorry, my colleague, but you are not on the ballot for tomorrow. Until 2026. Madam Speaker, my colleague knows that we cannot mention individuals who have not been investigated and reported to the police. As far as we are concerned, yes, it's true there was violence in Mukushi, but there is no report specifically against any individual at the police. If my colleague has information, please let that information go to the police. Investigations will be done and the arrest will be done. I can assure you, honorable colleagues, that we don't condone violence in any way. 2 days ago, we had one of our district commissioners convicted. He's in prison. Because we don't condone. If we are condoning, we would not have allowed him to be convicted. But because we are law-abiding, we have to make sure that the laws of this country are applied fairly to anyone who breaks the law, unlike what used to happen in the past.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security is on record on this floor of the House, assuring the nation that it doesn't matter who you are. If you break the law, you've broken the law. Madam Speaker, we are aware that before this judgment, which is boasting of, the ECZ had broken the law. Secondly, we want to talk about the violence which was in Mukushi, Madam Speaker. Why would it take, I don't talk to new entrants, especially that they're not coming back, Madam Speaker.
All the honorable members on the right, let's give the honorable member for Chienge space to ask her question in silence. The Honorable Member for Chiengi will
Thank you,
continue.
Madam Speaker, for protecting the second timer in the Parliament, unlike those who will not come back. Madam Speaker, Mukushi, there's a video which is vividly, and I must declare interest. I'm married there, and we know those boys and girls were throwing the stones. Why is it that it's taking long for the Minister of Home Affairs using the police to arrest those people? Because what is brewing now in Mukushi, those people, they know them, they are their neighbors. Can the minister then allow the neighbors to do the mob justice? Because the police has failed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Add 10 minutes. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would draw an analogy that if a lady in a village where there are 10 men gets pregnant, are you going to make all those 10 men responsible for the pregnancy? The answer is no. Unless the lady points to the person who made her pregnant, who will be suspecting as to who has made her pregnant. In the same vein, if people who are affected cannot go to the police and report the matter, we cannot do anything, Madam Speaker. They end up mere allegations. We are looking forward to concluding this matter by arresting anyone who was involved in the violence. But as it is now, we are just speculating. And we should always realize that party cadres mutate. Any day they can decide to belong to whichever political party and do illegalities in the name of the political party they have joined, even without being members of that political party. That's why I cannot outrightly say it is this political party who did this. We all know what happens in the campaigns. PF cadres can decide to wear UPND regalia to do certain illegal acts, or UPND can wear PF and do illegal acts. Is that conclusive evidence to show that is that political party who has done that particular instance of violence? The answer is no. But we condemn violence in whichever form it comes. Yes. And we should ensure that all those who perpetrate violence in this country are brought to book. Correct. We have not veered from that commitment, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, fighting political violence requires political will. And anyone who perpetrates violence is an enemy of the people of Zambia. In as far as political will is concerned, His Excellency the President has been on firm ground in making it very clear that government will not tolerate any form of cadreism as well as violence. I just want to find out from the Minister of Home Affairs, I'm sure he's taken a look at the two videos that circulated that are subject of discussion now. I'm not sure of the Mukushi incidents, but I'm particularly sure of the Lusangazi incidents. The violence was committed in full view of police officers. We are not dealing with absence of police officers in curbing violence. In this case, Madam Speaker, we are actually talking about violence that is perpetrated in full view of police officers. What does the Home Affairs Minister make of this inadequacy by the police to handle violence that is being perpetrated right in their faces? The videos, Madam Speaker, if you have a look at them, officers were stuck in a van whilst watching violence being committed. What does the minister make of this inertia by the police, of this blatant disregard to act on the action, or rather on the directions of the president to curb violence? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the purported video that was circulated on social media is not conclusive of the evidence that happened in Sangazi. You know very well that videos or any acts being circulated on social media can be doctored by anybody. And that's why we are saying that the police must do and carry out a thorough investigation pertaining to this matter. Further, the police, in their investigations, will also look at the purported video. If it's true, then they'll take action based on the video. But other than that, Madam Speaker, videos that are found in the social media are not conclusive. You know that there are so many videos that are being circulated on social media that are not true. If we are going to rely on issues of social media, issues that are being circulated, a number of us would have been in jail now. Because of what is being circulated on the social media. What is circulated in the social media, Madam Speaker, is not conclusive. Some of them can be fabricated. And we can't hold people based on social media videos or audios that are being circulated.
The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I was in Luangwa for the council chairman by-elections, and the night before elections, a UPND vehicle that had just delivered foodstuffs earlier in the day was ambushed and attacked. And when we rushed to the scene, there was evidence that the people that attacked our driver had ammunition, because in their haste to retreat, they dropped some of the live ammunition that they had. Honorable Minister, stories of cadres having been armed were making rounds in the run-up to elections in 2021. My question, has there been any cleanup with these cadres to ensure that the people that were perpetrating violence prior to the 2021 elections have not retained the ammunition with which they can wreak havoc on the nation once given an opportunity? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, although that is outside the realm of this question, but I can confirm that there was violence, hooliganism before the 2021 elections. And members of the public used to complain as to why the police at the time and the leadership at the time were not taking action against those armed thugs who were terrorizing citizens. We did take note, and we have listened to the public over this matter, and I would like to confirm that investigations are going on. Some of those notorious hooligans have been nabbed and matters in court. But that will not be the end. Eventually, we'll take other means to ensure that law and order is implemented in the country. I thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, for Luena.
The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to ask the question. Madam Speaker, in Bemba they say, if you want peace, be peaceful. So I don't know what word you have, Minister, for people who spark violence by way of abusive language, insultive language. Because if we don't address them, you find that they will continue doing that and you overlook and just looking at the other angle. What message do you have for those people? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, violence comes in many forms. Even using abusive language is actually violence. Anyone who abuses other people is assaulting those individuals or that individual they are abusing. We have taken note and we are going to ensure that as the law which is being amended is implemented, the perpetrators of that violence, of abusing others, will find it hard to live in this country. For the provisions of the law will be toughened. We are aware that a number of people have been complaining against the use of defamation of the president. We have considered. We are making a recommendation to this House to repeal the provision, but we shall come with tougher laws against those who abuse others. Even currently, there are tougher laws under the Cyber Security Act, which we shall now use, because we are very lenient by using the defamation of the president. We shall use the Cyber Security Act, where you can even go in for 7 years, unlike under the defamation of the president.
Before we move on to the next ministerial statement, I have an announcement to make. In the absence of the government chief whip, the honorable member for Mitete will be acting government chief whip. Thank you. Order, honorable members, I have also permitted the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to inform the nation through this August House on the water supply situation in Kanchiwia and Petauke constituencies on matters of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, my ministry is implementing 2 national programs, namely the National Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Program and the National Urban Water Supply and Sanitation Program. These programs are aimed at improving livelihoods and public health for the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, allow me to present a ministerial statement in 2 parts. The first part of my statement will address the water supply situation obtaining in Kachibia constituency on a matter of urgent public importance as raised by Honorable Sande Chanda, Member of Parliament for Kachibia constituency. The second part of my statement will address the water supply situation obtaining in Petauke urban, which is also on a matter of urgent public importance as raised by Honorable Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central Constituency. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that the country is facing water supply challenges such as drying of wells and in some cases boreholes, as reported by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kachibia Parliamentary Constituency. This state of affairs could be attributed to climate change, which has led to droughts and shifting rainfall patterns, which are heavily impacting on the availability of both ground and surface water resources. In addition, human activities such as encroaching on the headwaters, indiscriminate cutting down of trees, and siltation of rivers, among others, have reduced groundwater recharge, thereby causing the water tables to go down, leading to the drying up of protected wells. The country has also witnessed the drying up of some boreholes. This situation has been further compounded by non-compliance to borehole specifications as stipulated under the Groundwater and Borehole Regulations number 20 of 2018, promulgated by the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. Madam Speaker, 58 years after independence, our people do not need to be subjected to drawing water from unprotected shallow wells. Our people, especially women and youths, have for a long time suffered in terms of covering long distances in fetch of water. This has made women have less time to engage in income-generating activities, thereby affecting their livelihoods. School attendance by school-going children, especially girls, has been severely affected, which has contributed to their poor performance. In this regard, the New Dawn government, under the leadership of His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, is determined to ensure that our people have access to clean and safe water from protected water sources. As a clear demonstration of government's commitment to ensuring water and sanitation for all, including our people in Kanchibia constituency, the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation has signed a contract worth 3,676,867 kwacha under Lot 14 with a company called DIPE Company Limited to drill 45 boreholes in Muchinga province. Out of this number, 10 boreholes will be drilled in Kachibia constituency to increase access to improved sources of drinking water for our people. The contractor is expected to mobilize on site by the end of October 2022 and is expected to complete the works by the end of December 2022. Madam Speaker, going forward, the New Dawn administration, under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, is determined to ensure that our people have access to clean and safe water in our communities, public institutions, and other similar places. In this regard, government has commenced construction of piped water schemes and waterborne sanitation facilities in public institutions and other places in rural areas. This will significantly contribute to the reduction of waterborne diseases such as cholera and dysentery. This will also promote human dignity among our people. Madam Speaker, allow me to also address the water supply situation in the urban areas of Petauke district as raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Petauke Central Constituency as a matter of urgent public importance. The House may wish to note that the current water source for Petauke is groundwater, which has 4 boreholes that were drilled and commissioned in the year 2012 at the Farmers Training Center area. This was meant to service the urban areas of Petauke district. One out of the 4 is currently not operational due to a decrease in water levels due to the effects of climate change. To supplement the 3 boreholes and cushion the water supply challenges in Petauke Urban, another borehole has since been rehabilitated at an area called ANUSA. Madam Speaker, the other water supply challenges that Petauke Urban is facing are attributed to calcium accumulation in the water distribution network. The accumulation of calcium in the water distribution network has resulted in severe blockage of water pipes and meters, leading to water supply interruptions and high water losses through the flushing of calcium from the network. This has resulted in high non-revenue water and high costs of meter replacements, thereby leading to high operation costs and ultimately affecting the water supply to the residents of Petauke Urban. Madam Speaker, the New Dawn government remains resolute to address the water problems by implementing short and long-term measures in Petauke Urban, and these include short-term measures. This will involve unblocking and replacing all blocked pipes and water meters, as well as drilling of 4 extra boreholes to supplement the current boreholes. Under the long-term measures, this will involve the rehabilitation of Lusowe Dam to increase water storage capacity, construction of water intake and conveyance infrastructure to take water to the existing water treatment plant. The rehabilitation of the dam is budgeted for under the 2023 budget, while the construction of the water intake and conveyance infrastructure will commence after a visibility study has been undertaken. It is anticipated that once these measures are implemented, water supply and calcium challenges in Petauke urban area will be addressed. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to assure the people of Kanchibia, Petauke urban, and the Zambians at large that the New Dawn government remains committed to ensuring universal access to clean and safe water in line with the SDG number 6 and Vision 2030, considering the critical role that water continues to play in ensuring public health, improvement of livelihood, and promotion of human dignity. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarifications on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that good statement. Honorable Minister, you have said that Mchinga province is going to have 45 boreholes, and in which Kanchibia is going to have 10 boreholes. My question to you is, how many boreholes is Isoka going to have? The people of Isoka would like to have how many boreholes they are going to have. I submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Isoka for that good question. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that Isoka was not part of the ministerial statement, but I will provide the breakdown to the Member of Parliament so that she can take note of how many boreholes we have allocated for Isoka. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give the good people of Petauke this opportunity on a follow-up question. The Minister of Water, Ziko Mongako.
Meaning what, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much for the ministerial statement. And on behalf of the good people of Petauke who are watching, who are following, that you are going to work on the water problem, especially on Lusowe Dam, which you have promised to say maybe you use you start first rehabilitation of the dam. Thanks a lot. And let's hope it won't, it will be within 2023. Now, the Minister of Water, people in the constituency, right now as we are talking, ola nalini kumanganda, oyo na pa mizera ya manzi.
The honorable member for Petauke will use English. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also the good people of Petauke, there are a lot of them, the majority also, they don't understand English, so I wanted them to understand on this challenge because every day they are on my house knocking, looking for water. So I wanted them to understand that indeed the minister is providing solution to them. So meaning the women in Petauke, they don't sleep home because of water problems. They sleep in the queues, queuing for water, because water is life, Madam Speaker. Now, what urgent measures have you put to replace those pipes, or maybe before replacing those pipes, what measures have you put as a ministry to cushion that problem, Minister of Water? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Petauke Central for the follow-up question. Madam Speaker, before he asked, he remarked on the issue of the dam. I made it very clear that within the fiscal year for 2023, we'll be able to rehabilitate the Lusowe Dam. This will be to allow for more storage capacity for this dam, and for the benefit of other members and the other community members of Petauke. Lusowe Dam is between a distance of 12 to 15 kilometers from Petauke CBD area, and we want to rehabilitate it so that it can capture and store more water. These works will be done within 2023. In terms of the long-term measures, I said that we'll have to undertake some feasibility studies to try and ascertain the cost of putting up an intake plant at the dam, and also laying the network of about 12 to 15 kilometers to take us to Petauke at the current treatment plant. So we need to do some studies to ascertain how much money it will cost us to do that, and also to see how many people are going to benefit from that improvement. Now, away from the Lusowe Dam, again, this I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, that because of the problem we have identified, the problem of calcium, which is very severe in Petauke, coming from our current source of water, from the groundwater source. We are thinking that in the long term, if we can abstract water from the surface source, which is Lusowe Dam, then we will have migrated from this problem of calcium. But in the short term, we shall continue flushing the pipes so that from time to time we remove the calcium and we continue supplying water to the people of Petauke. That will be the short-term measure, but we hope that in the long term we can move to the surface water source to guarantee the people of Petauke to receive water without the current problem of calcium. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. And I would like just to find out, because in Chiengi you promised us the whole of last year, we've never seen water, including this year, we've not seen water. So the question I have on behalf of the people of Kanchiwi and Petauke is, are you going to do the same thing that you've done to the people of Chiengi, promising them and announcing the boreholes which do not exist? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Chiengi for that question. Madam Speaker, each time that ministers stand before you to indicate government positions, our positions are factual positions. I don't know how the House, Madam Speaker, would help us to prove who is saying the truth. Probably if it was within your powers, Madam Speaker, it would have been very nice to set up a small team to visit Chiengi to indicate who is saying the truth. The records we have, Madam Speaker, and speaking to the people on the ground, the council secretary and others, even the last time that we spoke about the challenges of Chiengi, when we went out with a member of parliament out of this house and made phone calls, the picture which was coming from Chiengi was actually different from what is being said by the member of parliament here in the house. So, I want to allay that fear that each time we stand before you, Madam Speaker, we are not giving factual positions. Our positions are very factual, and that we want to assure the people of Petauke that what we are assuring here and the people of Kanchiwi will be done, just like what has happened in Chiengi. It is important, Madam Speaker, that members of parliament, I'm also a member of parliament for a very big constituency for that matter, that when we go in our constituencies, we must be very clear of what is obtaining on the ground. Recently, 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I was giving a statement on the floor of this House announcing that the ministry has now procured contracts to drill 972 boreholes throughout the country. As I speak to you, Madam Speaker, the past few days of this week, we have been receiving advance payment bonds from all the contractors, and my ministry has been verifying those bonds, and immediately they have been verified, payments are being made to these contractors. And as I speak to you, Madam Speaker, the contractors have started rolling out into various districts. Now, I want to take advantage of this opportunity, Madam Speaker, again to appeal to the Member of Parliament for Chiengi and through her to other members of Parliament that we must ensure that as the contractors are going on the ground, let us also prepare with other stakeholders, the council officials, to ensure that the sites where we want these boreholes to be, the areas, we agree, because we are only remaining with probably 1.5 months before we get into a serious, rain season. So if we delay and begin to do the pulling and pushing in terms of where these boreholes are going to be, you are going to be running to this House again and blaming us that we have not been promising or indicating facts. So the contractors are going on the ground. It's incumbent upon all the members of parliament to collaborate with the stakeholders, the chiefs, to some extent the traditional leaders, to some extent council officials, to agree where you want these boreholes to be drilled. So in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, I want to assure the people of Chiengi, as well as Kanchiwi and Petauke, that my ministry will not give them half-truths, but will provide facts and will drill the boreholes to ensure that our people have access to clean and safe water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke, you've got an allowance to ask another question instead of raising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But before I go on the question, I've got a point of order.
Is it on the same matter that we are discussing on the floor of the House?
No, Madam Speaker.
You can go ahead with your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on Standing Order 57. 67 or 57.1. A member may only speak when called upon by the presiding officer in the House. And it's toward the Minister of Livestock. Madam Speaker, first he was making noise there with Honorable Iris. Oh, sorry. Honorable Mwandi. And from there he has come again here making noise. We seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are you done?
The follow-up question.
But the point of order is supposed to be followed by a ruling, unless if it was just on a lighter note. Was it on a lighter note?
No.
As I can see.
No, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Serious, Madam Speaker.
My ruling is that I haven't really heard the noise that was coming from that angle, because I'm sure I've been very attentive. Each time there's some noise on my right, I'll even indicate to say, can we reduce noise on my right or on my left? However, if the Honorable Minister for Livestock is distracting you where you are seated, I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Livestock to lower the voice when he's discussing issues with other members of Parliament, so that we maintain silence in the House. You can go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke to ask a follow-up question. Minister of Water, as we are talking right now, we have got a serious problem in Petauke of water. What are the urgent matters? Yes, we have heard that you are going to replace the pipes, and also you are going to do the dam, but what are we going to do to this problem right now? Thank you.
Sorry, the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, if you've got any other answer apart from what you said.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said, Petauke depends on the groundwater source, and the abstraction of water is done through the 4 boreholes. Madam Speaker, I hope the member who has asked this question is listening. I see that he's chatting, and I hope the people of Petauke are watching that he's representing them seriously.
The Honorable Member for Petauke, can you please get the response from the Honorable Minister so that you'll be able to share even to those people who are not listening on radio, the feedback from the Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister will go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important because not everyone follows him on his Facebook page, so they must listen. Madam Speaker, like I said, the people of Petauke depend on water which is supplied to them from the underground source, and we abstract this water using 4 boreholes. And like I said, one of the boreholes developed some challenges due to the low water table, and we had to quickly rehabilitate another borehole at a place called Anusa to ensure that we don't increase the deficit of water in the district. But other measures that we are undertaking, like I said, is to continue flushing the calcium in the pipes, because normally when the network gets blocked as a result of the calcium blockage, most of the parts of Petauke face problems which the Member of Parliament has alluded to. So we'll continue flushing out the calcium so that we can allow for more water to reach the customers in the short term. So when you ask about what urgent measures are you taking, these are the short-term interventions which I've put before the floor of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister understands that Petauke has got challenges with the underground water on those 4 bores, just as Nyimba has 4 bores and the same problem of calcium. Madam Speaker, to the Minister, we all know that this is what we need. It's 1 + 1. Eventually, we find the answer. Obviously, the answer won't be 11. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that in Eastern, between Petauke and Nyimba, we are twin towns. When I'm bathing in the bathroom, if somebody is using the kitchen water, I can't bath in the bathroom, water coming from my tap, my shower. Minister, we understand there is a challenge with calcium in the part of Petauke. And we all know here that the solution is not to flush the calcium. The solution is to look how we are purifying the water. Our water needs a system to change. We need to change the way we are purifying that system. We need proper filters, and these filters, Minister, you know, we don't have them. The only filter, you agree, which was in Nyimba, it should be in a very bad state, because all the pipes, just as Petauke, the pipes are being affected by calcium. So it's the all underground water in that area. Basically, Nyimba used to be Petauke, that's which you know. So, Honorable Speaker, is there not a chemistry solution or a physics solution to this problem? Surely there is a solution to this calcium problem. The issue of telling us that we need to go and take the dam water, the water from the dam to mix with that, isn't a solution. There is a solution to this.
Honorable Member, now you are debating the...
Yes, ma'am, let me just now ask the question. Minister, are you telling me your engineers in your department, your water engineers in your department, they have got no solution to this, or they have failed to give a solution to this? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Nyimba for that question. Madam Speaker, I provided various interventions the government is, through my ministry, is putting across. And one of the interventions is to continue flushing the pipes to clear the calcium and allow water to flow. Now, to rule out the solution, the long-term intervention which I put up of the dam, Madam Speaker, I personally visited Lusowe Dam during my familiarization tour, and I want to assure this House and the people of Petauke that in the long term, that would be actually a far much better solution for the people of Petauke, because this dam even in its current state, it's able to keep water throughout the year. And hence our decision as a ministry to provide money in the 2023 budget so that we can rehabilitate that dam to increase the storage capacity. And we are very sure that once we do the study and begin to abstract that water to take into Petauke town, that dam will act as a very good source. So I want to assure the Member of Parliament for Nyimba that this long-term solution is a much, much more viable solution. As to whether we don't have any chemistry solution to the calcium problem being faced in Petauke, Madam Speaker, we are into discussions with various engineers, both local and from outside, but these discussions are still at a preliminary stage. I wouldn't want to preempt, but suffice to say that we want to learn from our colleagues from other countries who've had the solution of using a certain chemical to dissolve this calcium. And until we positively conclude these discussions, I cannot say certainly that this is the way we want to take, but maybe let the MP be patient enough until we conclude those discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We move on to the next item, questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Madam Speaker, question number 72.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Mr. Kasandwe, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bangweulu, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development that A, when the construction of the following feeder roads in Bangweulu Parliamentary Constituency will be completed. Roman 1, Kalasa Mukosa Road. Roman 2, Chinweshiwa. Roman 3, Chinsemba. And at B, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is. Madam Speaker, in response to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bangweulu, Mr. Kasandwe, I wish to inform him through the floor of this House that the construction of Kalasamkosa, Chinwashiwa, and Chisemba feeder roads, which commenced on 7th of November 2020 and stalled due to financial challenges, will commence as soon as funds are made available. At B, as alluded to in A above, the delay in completing the project has been due to financial constraints. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable, would you be in the position to know how much is the total sum for the contract?
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is information indeed at my fingertips. The contract number is Ministry of Local Government W/67/26/2020, was signed between the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and Darwin Enterprises Limited in October 2020. Darwin Enterprises Limited is a company, and the contract sum was 59,331,959 ngwe. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu, you have the second question? Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the reason the project stopped was due to financial constraints, have you plans to include those roads in the 2023 budget? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, there are many roads that are included in our 10-year road sector development plan. And so I can confirm to the Honorable Member of Parliament that this year coming, this fiscal year, does not include this particular road. I thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 73.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Kalao, Madam Speaker, asks the Minister for Agriculture what the total number of registered agriculture cooperative societies in Kalao district was as of February 2022, and in B, Madam Speaker, how many farmers benefited from the Farmer Input Support Program in the district during the 2021-2022 farming season, and finally C, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Miyuti, asked what measures are being undertaken to increase the number of beneficiaries in the district. Madam Speaker, our answers are as follows. A, there were 54 registered agriculture cooperative societies in Kalao district as of February 2022. B, a total number of 310 farmers benefited from the Farmer Input Support Program in 2021-2022 farming season. And C, Madam Speaker, the Ministry is reviewing both the Farmer Input Support Program as well as the Beneficiaries Register in order to improve targeting of beneficiaries. Arising from this review, Madam Speaker, an additional 290 farmers have been added to the FISIP beneficiaries this farming season for Kalao, which therefore brings the total to 600 farmers who will benefit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened attentively to the responses, and I appreciate the increase in number of beneficiaries from 310 to roughly 500. However, Madam Speaker, I would like to find out further. Is the Minister able to provide the statistics on this 290? Is it arising from the newly created cooperatives which have just been formed, which comprises much of the youths? Or is it from the old data of cooperatives and clubs which did not comprise many youths? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank Honorable Miyutu for that very important question because it affects not only Kalao but many other areas. Madam Speaker, as a matter of correcting the figures, 310 plus 290 is 600, not the 500 or close to 500 which the Honorable Member alluded to. Now, Madam Speaker, in this House, we have had a number of complaints about what is happening out there in terms of us correcting the beneficiaries, the procedures in which we have adopted to make sure that we have got the right farmers to benefit. Arising from this very strenuous activity which we are undertaking, we identified that there was room for 290 farmers who could not be properly accounted for, and therefore we allowed the new farmers to come in. And this could be the same in most of the areas. So I'm urging, therefore, the honorable members, when they hear that in a certain area, certain people have been taken out, etc., they should be careful. Those are not true figures. In most cases, they are fake farmers, as was the case in Kalau. So now, here we are now, we are giving Kalau 290 genuine extra farmers to make it 300, to make it 600. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister for Agriculture. Madam Speaker, I do sympathize with my colleague from Kalabo because as the Minister has spoken, this is affecting the whole nation. In Chiengi, for example, we've got 17,000 registered farmers whom the Minister announced on the floor of the House that as long as you are registered, you are entitled to receive a PAN. Now, my question to the Minister is this. These farmers who have been added to the list which was there, is he telling the people of Kalabo that all those farmers who are registered is going to give them the round of packs of fertilizer? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Chiengi for that question. May I, through this House, inform the nation, Madam Speaker, the correct position. The Minister of Agriculture is dealing under FISIP with 1,024,434 farmers only. Meanwhile, the country has close to 3 million small-scale farmers. In other words, out of every 3 small-scale farmers in Zambia, the ministry is only dealing with one out of 3, if you look at these figures. So it is not correct to give an impression that we are going to deal with all the small-scale farmers in the country. No, that is a wrong interpretation. We are only going to deal with 1,024,434 farmers of the close to 3 million small-scale farmers. Let us give the farmers the correct information so that they do not think that just because they are a small-scale farmer, they are going to benefit from the government. No, we haven't been given that type of money. We are only going to deal with 1 million farmers. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to seek further indulgence of the Minister. One of the problems we are facing here in Kalabo, right now I'm in the constituency, is that these cooperatives which have been formed, they have not yet been availed with the registration certificates. So they are facing the challenges in that they don't have certificate numbers for their cooperatives. Is there any collaborative measure which the Minister can intend to come up with to assist us, the cooperatives here, for them to access their certificates as quickly as possible? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. The Ministry of Agriculture is not responsible for issuing cooperative certificates. That lies with the Minister for Small and Medium Enterprises. Previously, yes, that was the case. But since the creation of the new ministry, we do not, at our ministry, issue certificates to cooperatives. Therefore, that is it's a different ministry responsible for that. However, Honorable Elas Mwanga is listening to this, and I will relay the information to him that this is the desire of the Honorable Member for Kalau, that there be found a way to assist the cooperatives with their new certificate numbers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kafulafuta.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what's happening. It's him, Kamfinsa, sorry, not me. He used my microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. I've followed the responses from the Minister in charge of Agriculture pertaining to the number of people that are being handled under this year's farming season. I am aware that there are a lot of new cooperatives that have been registered, and honorable members of parliament were very critical in that registration process to raise awareness. Honorable Minister, for purposes of the question from Kalabo, under the 1 million that you've referred to, are there cooperatives that were recently registered that you've captured under this particular farming season, so that maybe the honorable member of parliament for Kalawo may have the satisfaction that part of the new applicants have also been taken on board? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Kafinsa for that very good question. Yes, Madam Speaker, in the current number of beneficiaries, we have captured a good number of new cooperatives. In fact, that is what we have been encouraging. We want new cooperatives to come on board so that those beneficiaries who have been receiving this fertilizer more than 3 times are taken out and the new ones are brought in. In fact, the new cooperatives, I must openly say here and tell the nation that that is our priority, that is our preference. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you indicated that there are about, I think, over 1.4 million beneficiaries under the FISIP. Now, my question is, when you talk of 1.4 million, we have a situation in most areas or constituencies where in a cooperative of 20 beneficiaries, probably they only receive 5, 7 packs. Could you explain why it is happening that way? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the record, the figure under FISIP is 1,024,434. You write it as 1,024,434. That is the number which we dealt with last year and is the number we are dealing with this year. Therefore, this complaint to say that you have reduced farmer beneficiaries is not correct. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with exactly the same number, 1,024,434 across the country. But where we find that, for example, in Kalawo, we wanted to deal with 600, but after sieving, we only found that there were, say, last year, 310. We would add the 290 because they deserved it. It was their figure anyway. The question is, where was the fertilizer going for those 290? And that is what we want to cure. So the figure has not changed. It is still 1,024,434. So no one should complain that we have reduced the number of beneficiaries. No, it is not correct, Madam Speaker. We have not reduced the number of beneficiaries in the country. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, please would you shed more light on the issue of graduation, on the people who are going to be on the FISIP, because from our observation, some people have been on FISIP for more than 5 years. What is your plan? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Madam Speaker, when the program was hatched out, when the program was planned, a farmer is supposed to receive this FISIP support for 3 years only. 1, 2, 3. On the 4th year, he's supposed to be taken out. He would have benefited from the subsidized fertilizer. So it is 3 years. And originally the plan was the first year you get 100% of the program, second year 75%, third year 25%. It was supposed to graduate like that, but it has never happened. Our farmers are getting used to the full pack, and when you touch it, it is war. When you take them away, it is war. And they are the ones who are shouting on top of their voice. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a healthy break.
Thank you very much for still being with us on Parliament Television. And under consideration at the moment is a question posed by Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Miyutu, and the Minister of Agriculture was answering a follow-up question just before the House went on break.
And that follow-up question came from Namwala Member of Parliament, Mr. Herbert Mapana. So on business regimes, the House will continue considering that question for answer, and that's question 73. Pauline, when business resumed earlier in the day, Madam Speaker did permit 2 cabinet ministers to render ministerial statements, and the first ministerial statement was rendered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and this is Honorable Jack Mwembo, and it was on the alleged violence that was perpetrated by United Party for National Development, emanating from the matter of urgent public importance, which was raised by Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama South, and this is Mr. Davidson Mungandu, and the other one was raised by Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela.
We also had another ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation on the water supply situation in Kanchuvia and Petauke constituencies. And just now we take a break.
My name is Chrysosta Halwindi Piri, Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central Constituency. Born in a village called Ihakwambwa, and that is the village Chibabala. I was born in 1971, meaning I'm now 51 years old. That's my actual age. So I did my primary school there, and later on I went to a high school called St. Joseph's Secondary School in Monze. And when I graduated and finished my grade 12, I went for nursing school. I trained at UTH as a registered nurse and got a diploma in nursing. And when I was there, I performed very well. I got actually, if I can remember, 3 awards. From there, the minister by then, who was Mr. Michael Sata, was very happy with my performance, with the awards that I got, and I was asked, well, where do you want to be posted? And I chose Central Province. I had never been to Central Province by that time, and I was posted to Kabwe General Hospital by that time. So I just served the government there for 3 years. Then I decided to go on voluntary separation. That was in 1999. So from that time, I joined the private life, where I started doing business, opened my own companies, and did several trainings, because I decided even to take more challenging job as a contractor. So I trained under National Council for Construction in various fields. I've got several certificates. Then because I diversified and I wanted to make sure that what I was doing is perfect in the business, I decided to do a degree in business administration and entrepreneurship, of which I got an award, the bachelor's degree, business administration and entrepreneurship from Rungushu University. And I also proceeded to start my master's, of which I'm yet to finish. So I'm just remaining to write the exams in the same field, business administration and entrepreneurship. So I'm married with 5 children. I'm married to Mr. Godwin Piri, and I've got 5 children. I've got 3 boys and 2 girls. My constituency, as I said earlier on, is the Kabwe Central constituency, which is right in town, in Kabwe. And I think say 90% is urban and the 10% is rural. Kawa Central constituency is a constituency that have been led by male MPs since independence. So I was the first female MP to be voted in and the seventh female MP. This is the constituency despite being in town, which is very underdeveloped. And I'm happy to say that on August 12th, 2021, they decided to vote for me. And now I can assure you that at least we have moved a mile for the past 1 year that I've been in office. I've taken a model of inclusiveness where we work together with our people in the community to make sure that we develop Cabo Central constituency. And the most unfortunate thing is that Cabo Central constituency have got no industries. So there's too much unemployment as at now. And this is what we are trying to make sure that we work on employment creation, you know, through even the private sectors to make sure that our people are empowered, that they are able to make sure that they support on their own, they do their own businesses, even including in agriculture, because we are surrounded by farmers. The land, Cabo is surrounded by farmers, commercial farmers, subsistence farmers, and that is one sector that we want to develop to make sure that our people find something to do. My developmental agenda, first thing is what I'm looking at, what do people want? I want to make sure that we do what people want, because this time even the new Dawn government had decentralized. I do not want to impose. So that's why I said I'm engaging a lot of people in the constitution to make sure that we do what people want. One thing is people have complained about the road network is very bad. So we had a contractor whose contract was terminated because of maybe overpricing. But as at now, what I did immediately I was voted in because I knew that was the major problem that I have. I had to make sure that I engage RDA to make sure that they fund us to do at least emergency works, that roads that are impassable in the compounds should be passable during the rain season. And right now that's a project that I've embarked on. We are working very well and people are happy about that. And I've asked so many questions in Parliament to make sure that the executive should make sure that they also give us good road network, especially bituminous roads. As you are aware that Kawe is the highest constituency or town that is contaminated by lead. And we want to make sure that our roads are worked on to a bituminous standard. So this is my number one agenda. Number two, I want to make sure that at least the people are empowered. And through the CDF, which was increased, we are making sure that we are empowering our people so they can start small businesses. Each time there is a call for any form of empowerment, be it youth, be it from CCW to women empowerment.
My name is Brian Kambita, Member of Parliament for Zambezi East constituency. And I was born from here in Zambezi East. And I grew up both in this district, Zambezi, and Kabompo. I did most of my primary school in Kabompo. And then thereafter I came to secondary school at Zambezi Boarding Secondary School. So I'm a veteran of this place. After my parents retired, we settled here near in this suburb called Mushona. And therefore I am a child who is brought up from here and very familiar with the culture and activities of this place. And since my secondary school, I went on to study in the universities and then worked in the big cities, like any other people do when they reach that level of education. So I've worked both in quasi-government and in the corporate world, up to the level of chief executive officer of a private company. And I'm trained as a business manager from the Copperbelt University. I studied Bachelor of Business Administration and went on to study Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. So I'm both a business manager and an accountant. And most of my time I've worked as an accountant and also as a business manager in the corporate world. What motivated me to join politics, literally, is the way I saw the constituency, infrastructure, education, and the like were getting dilapidated. I think in the years around 1996, when I used to come for holidays with my family, I would go around to check around the constituency, and I would see how that in the education sector we were struggling to make ends meet. It motivated me to try and make a difference and participate in politics. This is Zambezi East. Zambezi district is divided into two constituencies, which are divided by this very big river here, Zambezi River. On the western bank is a constituency called Zambezi West. On the eastern side is the constituency that I represent in Parliament, Zambezi East. Zambezi East has got 10 wards. It's divided into 10 wards: Zambezi Central, Chitokoloki Ward, Mpidi Ward, Luitadi Lwatembo Ward, Lunkunyi Ward, Nyakulenga Ward, Dipalata Ward. We also have Kasesi Chivweji Ward and Zambezi Central Ward. Those 10 wards make up Zambezi East. Of course, we are looking forward to a delimitation of the constituency because it's quite vast. From here to the end of the other constituency, it takes about it's about 100 kilometers. On the other side is also about 100 kilometers. So you're talking of a distance approximately above 200 kilometers in the length, and in the breadth is also approximately around 150 kilometers. So this is quite a vast constituency, and we are looking forward to a time when it will be maybe divided into two, Zambezi South and Zambezi North. And that will help us actually reach out to most of these places. However, even before that, we feel that it will be very important to delimitate some of the big wards, especially PD ward, which is quite vast. It's almost like a constituency. It's a very vast ward, and we have challenges sometimes reaching out to all the parts of the ward. In terms of development, this place receives CDF like any other constituency. So when CDF is dispersed and the constituency is very vast, you go and thinly distribute the resources to places. And therefore, when delimitation happens and the constituency is divided in two, you somehow receive double CDF in that kind of area, which used to receive maybe a single CDF. And then you can cover much more. However, with the little CDF that we used to receive in the previous regime, although it was erratic, we did quite a number of projects, and especially in the education sector, which motivated my becoming a member of parliament. So I focused so much on the primary education, where we built some classroom blocks in various places. And in the health sector, we have done a little bit in terms of putting up health posts. Also, we tapped into the health posts, the 650 health posts that were being built countrywide. We benefited 6 out of those, 4 of which are already finished and are operational. 2 are remaining, and we are still pushing to ensure that these are actually completed as well. Going forward, of course, with the enhanced CDF at 25.7 million, we want to continue focusing on the education sector. That's where the need is prime. And we are lucky, government has embarked on recruitment of teachers, which will complement our agenda of ensuring that there's quality education in the rural areas. With teachers around, employed by government, and then we build more infrastructure in the rural areas, we expect the standard of education to be enhanced in those areas. This is one avenue to improve the lives of these people who live in the rural areas, because they will have opportunities like I did in order for them to improve their lives. In other development agendas, of course, there is more resources coming in for empowerment. We've asked our people to form clubs, cooperatives, and the like, and in groupings which can help them improve their lives, because empowerment funds will be coming either through CDF, with that and the other funds that are coming through the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Arts. we expect people to get these empowerment funds. And therefore, in groupings like cooperatives, clubs, and the like, they will be able to do something that will help them improve their lives. We also expect some more activities in terms of infrastructure development, though we don't expect it just right away. We expect the township roads to be tarred when resources allow. Of course, we know we are grappling with debt as a nation, so we need to slow down on infrastructure development. However, these are things that we really need. In my 5-year tenure, this current one, I expect that these township roads should be tarred. On the feeder roads, which is very, very cardinal, the feeder roads, the road going up to Nyakulenga and the road going up to Mpidi are very key, because these are the roads that would help those people improve their lives. Agricultural inputs have to be transported on those roads. They are currently in a deplorable state. And I'm aware that there is some discussion that is going on with some World Bank funds to try and rehabilitate these roads on a program, but we are yet to get the confirmation. I'm excited that this program is actually in the pipeline, and once it crystallizes, we expect that those very key feeder roads will be rehabilitated. Feeder roads play a very big role in development in our constituency. And on top of that, we expect that the RIA program, which already started, we now have a line going up to Dipalata on the Nyakulenga route, but we want it extended up to Nyakulenga. We have also a line going to Chitokoloki on the Mpidi route. We want it extended up to Mpidi. In Nyakulenga, we have a mini hospital that has been built. That mini hospital will only function if the Rural Electrification Authority will extend the line to Nyakulenga. So we expect that extension to be done sooner than later, so that that mini hospital can start functioning. I think in a nutshell, those are some of the development initiatives and my vision to see to it that this constituency actually develops to greater heights than it is now. My last words for my constituents is they need to support the current government, because it means well for them. There are several initiatives that are being put in to try and improve their lives in all sectors that matter, be it the health sector, the education sector, and the agricultural sector, which are very important and key economic areas. We need to support the government of the day. We need to work with the traditional rulers in harmony.
So much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on the 20 minutes healthy break, and at the time business was interrupted for that break, it was considering question 73, which came from Mr. Miyutu Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and it was directed to the Minister of Agriculture. I wanted to find out what the total number of registered agricultural cooperative society in Kalabo District was as of February 2022. And the minister has just finished responding to a follow-up question from Mr. Herbert Mapani, who is Namwala Member of Parliament.
Earlier also, the House also considered question number 72 that was posed by Bangweulu Member of Parliament, Mr. Anthony Kasandwe, and he posed the question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And the first part of the question, he wanted to know when the construction of the following feeder roads in Bangweulu Parliamentary Constituency will be completed, and these are Kalasamkosa, Chinweshiva, and Chisemba, and what the cause of the delay in completing the project is.
I'll be able to share with you the details of the responses that we got from the cabinet ministers, and also the details of the two ministerial statements that were rendered on the floor of the House. But Pauline, let's also update our viewers what is expected to come We do expect question 74 from Mr. Melesiana Piri, who is Milanzi Member of Parliament, and this question is directed to the Minister of Energy. She wants to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade the DESCO office in Katete district. And there is also a motion of supply.
Yes, of course, the motion of supply is expected to resume, and yesterday at end of business we had Mr. Peter Piri, who was making his contribution to the motion of supply that is still under consideration.
So when business was interrupted, the House was considering question number 73 posed by Mr. Miyutu Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, directed to the Minister of Agriculture, and the Minister has just finished responding to a follow-up question from Mr. Mandandi, who is Namwala Member of Parliament. So when business resumes, the House will continue considering this question.
And earlier on we had two ministerial statements that were rendered by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation on the water supply situation in Kanchiri and Petauke constituencies. And just
Well, thank you so much for still staying with us. At the moment, there's no quorum. It is a requirement that a total number of members of parliament, 1/3 of the total number of parliaments, will be present for any business to be transacted. So bells are ringing, calling up members of parliament that may have still be outside the lobby there to come in the house for business to resume. So like we mentioned, Pauline, at the time business was interrupted, the House was considering question number 73, which was posed by Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, and it was directed to the Minister of Agriculture. The Member of Parliament wanted to find out the total number of registered agriculture cooperative society in Kalabo District as of February 2022, and at the time business was interrupted. The Minister of Agriculture has just finished responding to a follow-up question which was posed by Namwala Member of Parliament.
yes, and there's one more question actually yet to come that will be coming from Milanzi Member of Parliament, Melesiana Piri, and she wants to find out from the Minister of Energy whether government has any plans to upgrade the ZESCO office in Katete district, and if so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no plans, why. And in total we have 3 questions on the order paper for today, and resumption of debate on the motion of supply expected later this evening.
And on the floor of the House was Mr. Peter Piri was debating when business was interrupted for adjournment. For now, we'll cross back to the floor of the House for the resumption of business. We keep reminding you on the floor of the House, question number 73 posed by Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, directed to the Minister of Agriculture. I wanted to find out the total number of registered agriculture cooperative societies in Kalabo District was as of February 2022, and according to the Minister's response, did say that 54 registered cooperative societies in Kalabo District as of February 2022, and how many farmers benefited from the Farmer Input Support Program, which is FISIP in the district during the 2021-2022 farming season. According to the Minister's response, did say that about 310 farmers benefited from FISIP program.
And of course, we had 2 ministerial statements that were rendered on the floor of the House, and one of the statements came from the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and this was a statement to assure the nation that the upcoming elections will be peaceful. And of course, there are quite a number of elections that will be coming up. The Minister has made an assuring statement on the floor of the House to assure the nation that the elections will be peaceful.
And the other ministerial statement came from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation on the water supply situation in Kanchibi and Petauke constituency. We now cross over to the floor of the House. It seems like we now have a quorum in the House and business is about to resume.
Honorable members, can we please improve on punctuality? We are not doing well. When business was suspended, the House was considering question for oral answer number 73 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Karabo Central. And the Honorable Minister of Agriculture had just concluded responding to a follow-up question by the Honorable Member for Namwala. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Magoye.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the scenario that is happening in Kalabo is almost everywhere in the whole country. The issue at hand is that cooperatives register a good number of people, but unfortunately, there are only a few packs that have been given, and these farmers could have deposited the money in the banks. What are you doing as a ministry to mitigate on that one, Honorable Minister? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In all honesty, Madam Speaker, we can only deal with 1,024,434 farmers. If it is the wish of the honorable members of Parliament to increase that number, I think the House here has the authority to put a motion to the Minister of Finance so that the number can be increased. But for now, our budget is limited to 1,024,434 farmers. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Senazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Mine is just a commendation to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, if there is any program that is really abused, is this FISC program. Now, when the Minister talked of auditing the situation so that at least rightful people benefit, I thought that was a sigh of relief. Because in the past, that this has been used as a gateway for fertilizer, which should have been benefiting the people, like in Kalabo. So it's high time, Honorable Minister, you took it upon yourself to see to it that rightful people benefit. A lot of fertilizer, conniving with your workers, it has been going into wrong hands. Please keep it up. Make sure the audit goes on, like what had happened at the Ministry of Mines under Cadastre Office. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, any comments on the recommendation?
Since it was a commendation, Madam Speaker, I can only thank the honorable member. It's one of the few accolades we receive. Most of the time, we are in trouble with the citizens of this country. Thank you very much, Honorable Sir.
Thank you. I'll take the last two, the Honorable Member for Bwengwa and the Honorable Member for Nyimba in that order. The Honorable Member for Bwengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for your responses. But mine, I just want to take advantage of the same situation in Kalau. I think the same situation, it is also prevailing in Wengwa constituency and Monze district as a whole. I just want to find out from you, Minister, because there is a growing concern by our farmers out there that farmers are supposed to go to the bank to deposit on themselves, be it somebody who is sick, an old lady, an old man. Please, can you clear the air so that the people out there, the entire country, can hear from you that we're supposed to go and deposit money at the bank? Is it the entire cooperative members or it is the cooperative leadership? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable for Wengwa, for that question, Honorable Michel. Madam Speaker, when we were saying to the farmers, please, it is advisable that you have a cell phone. These are the issues we were trying to avoid, because with a cell phone, you can deposit the money yourself at the comfort of your home. But you will recall the uproar that we received, that we're asking people in villages to have cell phones. So we relaxed that. Now, what we have been guiding, and I'm happy that it has been raised, time is not with us. And we are saying, for areas which are distant to banks, we do not wish to punish people. They can congregate as a cooperative. They can come together as a cooperative. But let there be the leaders, traditional leaders, agricultural officials, and where possible, a councillor or indeed the Honourable Member of Parliament, to authenticate that these farmers exist. And when that happens, then the names can be taken to the bank so that we decongest the banks and we don't punish those who are unable to go to the banks. However, let me give a caution here that it is from such acts where fake cooperatives mushroom. So I would ask the honourable members, as much as you have been pushing for this, you need to be alert and help the Minister of Agriculture to clear this problem. So I want to repeat, and this I'm saying through your kind office, Madam Speaker, to let the nation know that those cooperatives which are distant to banks, the agriculture officers should allow the cooperative to register the farmers, authenticate the farmers, and let a representative of the cooperative take the names to the banks. However, when collecting the fertilizer, they should go themselves to go and collect the fertilizer. There we might find it very difficult to compromise. The fertilizer can be put on a truck, but the owners should go and ensure that what they are collecting is the right quantity and it is their fertilizer. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Thank you once more, Honourable Michelo, for that question, which I'm sure informs the nation accordingly. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, Madam Speaker, first let me thank the Minister for the answers just given. And Minister, I'll urge you to even to do a government statement over that, so that your people out there, they may understand what your plan is, because many far-fetched areas are being affected. And Minister, coming to the parks, I want you to clarify on this one. When people pay, I, Menyanzuru, pays the bank my 400 kwacha, whatever it is, I pay for my park. And this cooperative, we are 30 of us in the cooperative. Because what has been happening is that people, they are 30 in the cooperative, they pay, they contribute, or each and every person contribute a 500 kwacha. Then 8 packs comes, the other people are told to share the 8 packs. Maybe the chairman takes the full pack. This has been happening. Are you telling me now that if I pay, even people who don't cultivate like Honorable Mpundu pays as well, are we going to be receiving a pack each, or we are going to give a pack to the entire, one pack, one allocation to the cooperative? In short, I'm asking, are you giving an individual pack, those who are in cooperatives, or you are selecting a pack, a cooperative, and apportion a certain pack to that cooperative? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member because what he is asking is a very important and fundamental aspect of the program. Madam Speaker, the reason why productivity, yields per hectare of small-scale farmers is low. Let me give an example of maize. When a small-scale farmer plants on a hectare, they get 40 bags maximum, or 20, 17. But when a big farmer, commercial farmer, plants the same hectare, the same seed, the same fertilizer, they get 200 bags. Now, we call that difference low productivity on the small-scale farmer. The reason that happens is that we do not use, Madam Speaker, the inputs we get properly. It's like you go to the hospital. They give you paracetamol, Panadol, to take one tablet in the morning, one at lunch, one in the evening. And instead of taking one tablet, you split it in 4, and you take a quarter, and then the rest you give your uncle, etc., and say, let's share, because this is the only Panadol we have. The Panadol will not work. And that is exactly what is happening in our fields. When you share a pack, you are heading for low productivity. 1 hectare of maize requires minimum 2 bags down, 2 bags up, minimum 4. We are giving 3. So the maize for the farmers, small-scale farmers, should be extremely healthy and the productive should go up. What we want is to increase productivity. But because of sharing, we are actually reducing productivity. So, Madam Speaker, what am I saying? If this house here, the chamber here, what we are, the members here, we're one cooperative, the government can only give fertilizer to this segment here, period. Not them and not us this side. So let this group cultivate and use the fertilizer appropriately. Honorable Menyane, who has stopped listening, is the one sharing fertilizer for farmers. Honorable, I want you to listen so that we tell the people the truth. When you give this group fertilizer, don't share the fertilizer, don't share the pack. Use it, and we should not get anything, so that productivity can go up. Madam Speaker, the pack is not meant to be shared. Never. It is meant to be used by one farmer. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, please let's visit the office of the Minister of Agriculture. There's a lot of information that you can get from his office. We move on. Next question. The Honorable Member for Musanzala will ask on behalf of the Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 74.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ms. MP Milanzi, Parliamentary Constituency, is asking the Minister of Energy 3 questions. 1, whether the government has any plans to upgrade the ZESCO office in Katete in Milanzi Parliamentary Constituency. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Last question, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, the answer to question number A is, government through ZESCO has recently constructed a new office building in Katete district to enhance service delivery in Katete town. ZESCO has further decided to upgrade Katete office from branch to area level. This is because Katete has seen an increased number of customers. Designation of offices as branch or area level in ZESCO is dependent on the customer base. An area level customer service office handles more than 30,000 customers, whereas a branch level customer service office handles up to 15,000 customers. Upgrade of the Katete ZESCO office to area level means that ZESCO will have to dedicate more resources and employ more workers to cater for the upgraded status and meet the growing demand. This was done following the increase in the number of customers to more than 15,000. Answer to question B. The upgrade from branch to area office has commenced and the operations will be fully implemented by the end of the first quarter of 2023. Answer to the last question. This question does not apply because it which has been addressed in A above. I submit.
Thank you. Any supplementary questions? I see none. We move on. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Supply motion of 30th September, resumption of debate.
Can we have order? When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 19th October 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. And the Honorable Member for Mukaika was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, yesterday when before we adjourned, I was on the floor contributing to the motion on the floor. And I was saying that the speech by the Finance Minister and also the plans, the 7th and the 8th National Development Plans, are not speaking to each other. And I cited an example to say that the previous government started the Cashonat project in Western Province. And how we wish that this budget, and also considering that they allocated funds to set up the farming block. My suggestion is that that money was supposed to be channeled to the Cashonat project so that the Zambians see the benefit from that program. Otherwise, it's like there's no direction whatsoever where we want to channel our resources, because we start this one, and instead of continuing the same project, in the next budget, we start the other thing. In the farming block, Madam Speaker, I feel if we can concentrate to the Cashonat project, we can derive maximum benefit. I know we are borrowing a lot of money, 300 million, to put in this farming block. I suggest that the Minister of Finance look into this program so that the money can be channeled to the Cashonat project so that the Zambian can derive the maximum benefit from that program. Away from that, Madam Speaker, let me talk about the mines. I am aware that in the speech, the Finance Minister talked about giving incentives to the mines. I'm of the suggestion that the tax incentives this time around is supposed to be given to investors who are coming to Zambia to come and set up industries. Because you will bear with me that 58 years we have been exporting our copper. And we are still poor as a nation. And we have continued borrowing. That means there's something wrong. And I feel that this government can do something different from what the previous government have been doing. And for me, I feel continuing with exporting our copper, we are not benefiting as a country. I feel we should put a stop of exporting our copper, and that we should allow investors to come and invest into industries here in our country.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to say that
Order, honorable member. There is a request for a point of order by the Honorable Minister of Commerce. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order number 65, Madam Speaker, which requires that the honorable member while debating, he should provide factual information. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member in order to mislead himself and his constituency that the Minister of Finance has not provided incentives for value addition industrial setup in this country, when even in his budget, the one that we are exhausting and the one and the one that is coming, we have zero-rated equipment for manufacturing sector in the country, which is giving enhancement to value addition industrialization in the country. I submit your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukaika, please, can we be more factual as we debate, and can we be focused so that we don't go astray?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Let's be focused and provide evidence where necessary. You can proceed.
It is in the speech, Madam Speaker, that the minister says he has given tax incentives to investors to come and put up mines here in Zambia, Madam Speaker. So I'm not speaking from without, but it is with facts, because it is in the speech by the Finance Minister, Madam Speaker. So going forward, Madam Speaker, I want also to talk about the roads and the PP program, which the Honorable...
Ignore the first timer.
No, I know.
You can continue, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I want to talk about the PP project, which the Finance Minister talked about in this floor of the House, Madam Speaker. I feel this program is not taking us anywhere. I feel the best thing could have government to put up
Order.
funds in...
Your time is up. The Honorable Member for Rufwanyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to support the budget which was presented by the Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. And this budget, Madam Speaker, as people of Rufwanyama, we accept it and we are very, very happy about it. During the day when this budget was announced, there was a celebration in Rufwanyama, Madam Speaker, and we thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance, for the budget which was presented, because as people of Rufwanyama, we are scattered. We are farmers in Rufwanyama. We have seen quite a number of things which have been mentioned under agriculture. We have got a farming block named Ruswishi Farming Block. And we have been also included in this, budget. 300 million was put aside for the farming block, which is, in Rufwanyama. And we are very, very sure the Minister of Agriculture will make sure that, the people of Rufwanyama are going to benefit. And, according to the new budget which is there, the Minister has, indicated to say there will be new roads which will be constructed in the farming blocks. There will be also value addition, which some people don't see. Maybe they need to wear some, some glasses to see that they are there. It's there in the, in the budget to say there will be, value addition. We are next to Congo as, Rufwanyama constituency. So for us, we are so grateful, Madam Speaker, to have been included also in the farming blocks. At the same time, there is 5.1 billion which was put aside on the road sector. We have got Rufwanyama Kasempa Road.
which we are sure it will be one of those which are going to be worked on to bituminous standard. We have got Nkana Kajam Road, which is also a very, very important road. It's very, very economical. It's going to make sure that our people are going to benefit. So we are sure we are going to be, part of the beneficiaries. We are also, Madam Speaker, supporting the budget because education sector was also allocated quite a good amount of money. Last year, more than 30,000 teachers were employed, and this year, the Minister of Finance has also included 4,500 teachers who are going to be employed. So to us, it's a relief. Madam Speaker, Lufanyama is a rural constituency which suffered for many years. It had no schools. In some areas, the children are learning under the tree. And we are so grateful that, within the budget, they have included, rehabilitation of schools, constructing new classroom blocks, which are going to be constructed. And also, we can see that we are moving right. We have got Rumpuma boarding school, which has been, on standby. From 2016 up to date, the school has been on standby, and it's quite a very, very important, secondary school. So we are sure by 2023, we are going to complete this secondary school. And at the same time, when you look at, the money which has been put under CDF from 25.7 to 28.3 million, it's really a wonderful thing, Minister of Finance.
Meaning what?
You are a man. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Who is a man now? I hope it's not me.
He's a man. Okay. Madam Speaker, under CDF, we have got 28.3 million, which has been put aside. As Rufanyama, we are so grateful to have this CDF because we are going to be able to construct new classroom blocks, 1 by 2, 1 by 3. We are also going to be able to construct small health posts so that our mothers are going to be able, to access these, health posts. At the moment, people in Rufanyama are walking 30 kilometers to the next health post. Now, with this increment of health, increment of, CDF, we are going to be able to build health posts. Maybe every after 5 kilometers, we should have a health post. Madam Speaker, we are so grateful for water and sanitation. Our people are drinking water from the streams with animals. It's not an insult, Madam Speaker, it's a reality. That's what is happening. The water sector was also covered. Even under CDF, we are going to be able, to construct boreholes where people are going to drink, water from these boreholes, and also solar system boreholes also are going to be built. So we are so grateful, and we support the budget. Honorable Minister of Finance, we are behind you. We are so grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate about the budget which was presented on the floor of this House by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, to start with, let me simply say the budget is very inspiring, and the majority Zambians are in support of this budget. It's only a few people of thin mind can be against this budget, Madam. Otherwise, the budget is very, very good. Madam Speaker, let me just try to demonstrate to you that our Republican President, including our cabinet, the entire UPND government, that always their word is always their bond. And I'll demonstrate that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the year 2022, a budget, the Minister of Finance here presented a budget which promised a free education, which promised teacher recruitment, which promised a health worker recruitment, and also the budget which also promised free education. And all these things, they were actualized, Madam. And these things which I've just mentioned in the year 22, a budget, nothing under PF, a budget, was done in the previous 10 years when they were ruling. Madam Speaker, when we were growing, I remember I'm a product of a free education during the time of counter days. I benefited from free education up to about grade 7. We only started paying in grade 8. But I can assure you that this government has now come at a better time. If we had allowed a PF to continue, we are not going to see this free education among our citizens, especially the pupils of this country. And if we had allowed the PF to continue, we were not going to see the increased CDF, which we are now enjoying, we members of parliament and the 19 million Zambians. If PF had continued, Madam, we were not going to see a teacher recruitment and health worker recruitment. All these things are not going to be seen. Madam, right now, let me shift a little bit while. Let me jump into a 2023 budget. Madam, 2023 budget, everything what the Minister of Finance did mention on the floor of this House. Number one, he mentioned about more recruitment on teachers. He mentioned about more recruitment on health workers. He mentioned about construction of dams. He mentioned about zero rating of milk chans and other agricultural equipments. All these things, Madam, are things which are going to be actualized come next year. Because we have already seen this year that the budget which was presented on the floor of the House last year for this year, everything which was mentioned on that budget, Madam, it was actualized, and we are still working on some of the projects which are not yet, and money is there. And right now, even when you go to a health sector, Madam, money is provided. It's one that we want to be very truthful on this one. It's one that there are some people who are trying to sabotage the Ministry of Health, that at times people, the Zambian people, are complaining that there are no drugs. Really, drugs are not there in the hospitals because of the few individuals. We have not yet done something very good as UPND government. We have left the PF supporters, those who are recruited by the PF government, because if you look at Article 3 of the PF Constitution, that just employing or recruiting all those key positions, people who are supporting a PF, a political party. And those are the people who are still occupying those positions, and we know that they are still now trying to sabotage our government. This is the reason why these people are still sitting there. And I'm requesting the Minister of Health, please to do something so that we can correct the situation. Our people are suffering because of few individuals still holding offices under her ministry. Then, Madam, coming to the agriculture, those dams which are going to be constructed, a lot of our farmers are going to benefit, especially in terms of irrigation, in terms of driving their animals to provide water for our animals, and to do a lot of things. Then, even the equipments, those which have been exonerated, Madam, we know that even come to milk cooler tanks as well for our farmers. You know, when you milk, Madam Speaker, especially these farmers who are in milk business, you have to put your milk in a cooler tank so that it is cooled at a certain degree. And the required degree, it is 4 degrees. It is not supposed to go beyond 4 degrees. It's not supposed to go above 4 degrees, nor below 4 degrees. And once the milk goes beyond 4 degrees, the milk can be damaged before it is processed. And this is what this new Dawn government has done. They have put a lot of money even in the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. And we are now seeing our farmers getting very excited because of this. Our parents, especially those who are benefiting from a free education, they are very happy. But I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, that these people against this budget, they don't want a teacher recruitment, nurse recruitment, because they have a lot of money in their homes and they are able to take their children outside the country. But our suffering majority Zambians, we want them to benefit from the recruitment which is currently going on. We want our children to benefit from free education because we know quite well that PF, the reason why they don't want more teachers to be recruited under UPND government, it is because they have a lot of money and they can afford to take their children to private schools where schools are very expensive. And in this same budget, this is the budget which has brought back a meal allowance which was removed by the PF. And it was here on the floor of this house when we fought hard, Madam Speaker, last time when the Minister of Education at that time, she came here and removed the free, the meal allowance.
Member, there is a request for a point of order. What is your point of order, the Honorable Member for Chama South?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the Honorable Member for Bwengwa. It's in pursuant to our standing orders number 65. The information that we provide on the floor of this House should not only be factual, but also verifiable. Madam Speaker, is Honorable Member for Wengwa, who I know very well, and is my uncle, Madam Speaker. In order, I know him too well to insinuate that people have, your members probably have the money to sponsor their children into private schools, when I know, Madam Speaker, that almost all my cousins are in private schools. The children for Honorable Member for Bwengwa. Is he in order not to include himself, that he is among those that can afford to sponsor the children in these expensive schools, so that the nation should know? Is he in order? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, now it's like we are starting to debate ourselves, which is not allowed. However, the Honorable Member for Wengwa, that statement is not true, because not all the PF out there are sending their children abroad or to expensive schools. Maybe some of them are able to, but we've got people in your constituencies who can not afford to send their children abroad. So let's avoid generalizing where possible. Let's be a bit factual. Let's be factual, in fact. The Honorable Member for Wengwa will wind up his debate.
Thank you for your wise counsel, Madam. But it's like my time was chewed somehow, and I don't mind about people like Mungando, who has got elbow mentality. Madam Speaker, the thing here is, these people I know, Madam. No, he's a selfish individual. I'm not insulting you. You are very selfish, my young man.
Order,
That is
honorable
LP
member.
mentality. Thank you very much.
Honorable
Madam Speaker, let
member.
me thank you very much.
I don't
Thank you.
know whether that is on the right or not, since you called him brother. The other one is saying selfish. We are going to leave it at that. The next one is the honorable member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Chimama to also debate on the motion of the budget. Madam Speaker, it's true that foreign investors perceive Africa as a high-risk investment destination. Madam Speaker, it's true that we need to entice these investors. Madam Speaker, we all know that to entice mice, Madam Speaker, we need to dangle a small piece of cheese. However, Madam Speaker, if we use a large block of cheese, and the only cheese that we have as a nation, Madam Speaker, we are feeding the rat. Madam Speaker, this rodent, if it's fed, Madam Speaker, it has no mercy. Madam Speaker, it will start squeezing us. It will squeeze us dry, Madam Speaker, until we snap. Madam Speaker, because we're looking at a principle they call risks and profits are inseparable things. Madam Speaker, these are the mining investors. Madam Speaker, the mining investors are doing that to us Zambians because they realize that we cannot do the mining ourselves. Madam Speaker, I tend to disagree with people that think Zambians cannot do the mining. Madam Speaker, in the JCM time, JCM actually was making profits. A lot of people will argue with me, Madam Speaker, because they do not know what JCM was doing. Madam Speaker, how do you judge a mine if it's making profits? Was it meeting its targets, Madam Speaker? It was. How was it going around with its operation cost, Madam Speaker? It was within budget. Madam Speaker, this is why the people of Chimama are crying that we need, as a government, to start running Mopani, at least with 51% shareholding, Madam Speaker. The rest, Madam Speaker, we could look for an equity partner. Madam Speaker, we need Zambians to actually buy off the 51%. Because, Madam Speaker, this is the only way Zambians will also get rich. Madam Speaker, we are tired of seeing Zambians having small little companies. Madam Speaker, we've got one very good example. Look at CEC. Unfortunately, the minister is not here. It's doing very well. Madam Speaker, CEC was part of ZCCM. If the Zambians can run that, they can also run ZCCM, Mopani. Madam Speaker, it's so unfortunate that we people in this House tend to believe that we Zambians cannot run the mines. But, Madam Speaker, if I were to pose a question in your lovely House here, of how many members, if given an opportunity, would want to run this country, Madam Speaker, 99.9% will actually show cause that they can do it. Madam Speaker, but if we can run a country, what would stop us from running a small little mine? Madam Speaker, I tend to disagree with the Minister of Finance when he said DRC is doing very well in terms of output production. It's true, Madam Speaker, in 2013, DRC just was producing about 400,000 metric tons. Now they've gone up to 1.8. Madam Speaker, how many mines are in the DRC? Madam Speaker, I'm not debating on the mines based on research. Madam Speaker, I'm debating on the mines as one person who's done exploration works here, who's done mining production, including development, stopping in Zambia, in Changa, Mopani, DRC, and I'm continuing doing the same thing in DRC, Madam Speaker. So I'm speaking out of experience. Madam Speaker, DRC has got more than 45 large-scale mines, and all they're producing is 1.8 million metric tons. Madam Speaker, Zambia has only got about 13 mines. I love to call it 12 and a half. Why? Madam Speaker, Nchanga underground mine, Madam Speaker, is only limping. Why Nchanga underground mine, Madam Speaker, hasn't really shut down? It's because they're trying not to flood the mine. Otherwise, Nchanga Nchanga underground, Madam Speaker, is not making any profits. So if Zambia can produce 800,000, and if I were to do my arithmetics, though in mining it's not acceptable, if I were to divide, there are 55 mines. These are large-scale mines like Matanda, Tenke Fungurume, Kamoto. All these are large-scale mines, Madam Speaker. If I were to divide the 1.8 by 52, and multiply it by the 13 mines, you see that, Madam Speaker, if they were in Zambia, they could only produce 458 metric tons. So meaning Zambia is doing very well. I'll pat the Zambian mines on the back and tell them, continue doing the very best you're doing. And also the Congolese are doing well because, yes, from 400 to 800, that's good. Madam Speaker, if we look at last year, I vividly remember when I argued with the Minister of Finance, when he said he was giving some concessions, especially on MRT, to the existing mines so that the output production could increase from the current 800,000 metric tons to 3,000 that's projected. Madam Speaker, I said it is not possible. Madam Speaker, they can only increase by 5%. If stretched, Madam Speaker, it will be 7%. And I'm happy that when I said last year that the only way we can increase our productivity, Madam Speaker, or let me say production output, was through exploration. And I'm happy that the Minister today says exploration. That's the way to go. And on exploration, Madam Speaker, I'm also arguing with the Minister that it shouldn't be an open-ended arrangement. Madam Speaker, the Minister should either identify just one large exploration company that the Minister, or let me say the government, should negotiate and give them a good deal. Because, Madam Speaker, we need the money that, especially the property transfer tax. We need the property tax, transfer tax to remain at 10%. But then we know that the Minister means well. What he should do then, Madam Speaker, is that he should identify an exploration company, negotiate with it, give it the scope, then allow it to do works for the government. Madam Speaker, exploration companies will never concentrate on copper mining only. Madam Speaker, most investors out there are looking at smaller commodities that are very light, rather than having large tons of copper. Besides, the processing of copper is something else. It's quite hectic, Madam Speaker. So my advice to the Minister is let him just identify one exploration company. And if he does identify the exploration company, Madam Speaker, let's turn away from what now has become the common principle in our country, where we say the lowest bidder should be considered. When the Minister looks at that exploration company, it should not necessarily be the lowest. It should be somebody with the technology, somebody with the equipment, somebody with the know-how. Because, Madam Speaker, exploration is very costly. Yes, the smaller exploration companies that can give us a smaller rate, yes, the government will take it, but for what? Because no investor is going to invest in half-baked information. They all need full-fledged information. Madam Speaker, when I come to agriculture, I thought the Minister was going to allocate a bit of funds, Madam Speaker, to the cannabis growing. I mean, we need cannabis growing so that our farmers, or even National Service, can tap into it, Madam Speaker, so that we can participate, because we know now, Madam Speaker, research says that most African countries have actually started cannabis growing. In the next 5 years, Madam Speaker, the market will be flooded, the price will drop. So the only time that we can make something meaningful as a government is now. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we look at the tax threshold, it's good that the tax threshold was moved from 4.5 to 4.8. But, Madam Speaker, I never heard anything about minimum wage. These are the people that, Madam Speaker, that need extra income. I thought the Minister was going to tackle that. Unfortunately, the Minister did not tackle that, Madam Speaker. We need something, Madam Speaker, for our lowly paid workers, shop workers, Madam Speaker, maids, Madam Speaker, gardeners, Madam Speaker, all the other small, Madam Speaker. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mulobezi.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, the people of Mulobezi would like to thank the Minister of Finance and the team for the good job which they have done. This is a budget for us poor people. In Mulobezi, we don't have anything. That area was neglected by successive governments. So this budget addresses the issues that are affecting Mulobezi people. On page 26, the budget talks about roads. In Mulobezi, there are no roads to talk about. Now, this budget is talking about upscaling services of the Zambia National Service so that they can provide more road networks in Mulobezi constituency and other parts of the country, which is a commendable idea. Also, the budget talks about the public-private partnership model, which we really needed many years ago in this country, because we need more investors to come in and help us. This public-private partnership model, we would like this model to be used on Simungoma, Rampa, and Kasempa Road, because we need this road to be done so that movements of goods and the services can be expedited. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, would also like this model to be used on the Mlowezi train. The people there, they have no road, they have no train, and the train now, the rain season is coming, so transport becomes a challenge. So I would like this model to be also used on the train. The budget also talks about, on page 24, on energy. The real budget has been increased exponentially. This means that the people of Mlowezi are expecting the grids to be extended to far-flung areas. And also expect solar systems in the schools and the clinics. Furthermore, we need the budget also talks about agriculture on page 13, as read together with page 43. With the budget which has increased from 6.2 billion to 11.2 billion. And in that budget, they are talking about next year building 23 dams. So out of those 23 dams, the people of Mlowezi are expecting something out of that. This is the development we have been looking for in Mlowezi constituency, where water is a challenge. Also, the budget talks about recruitment of 500 additional extension officers, procurement of 1,623 extension kits, 1,000 tablets, and 621 motorbikes. Also, the people of Mlowezi, this is what we want, so that also can have a share, so that they're able to go around and teach the people on terms of agriculture. Also, the budget on page 30 talks about agriculture, or on health, talks about health budget, which has gone up from 13.9 to 17 billion. We expected, this is a good achievement. It's a good achievement, and also expect the Ministry of Health to be efficient in such a way that if there are people who have been sabotaging those activities for the works for the Ministry of Health, Agriculture, those elements or those people must be removed from the system. We want medicines in schools, in the hospitals. So it's a good budget for the people of Mlowezi. Also, on the budget talks about 3,000 health workers which will be recruited in Mlowezi. We're also expecting some people to come to also be employed in Mlowezi. Also, it talks about education on page 46, where 4,500 teachers will be employed next year. Also, it's expectation that Mlowezi also will get a share from this. Also, secondary schools, Mlowezi, we don't have boarding schools, such that schools also is a challenge. So these 120 schools, we also expect something from there so that the people of Mlowezi can benefit from it. We also requesting probably that the government can also put up a timber factory in Mlowezi where we have a lot of timber to supply desks to even other provinces like southern province where they don't have forests. So which is a good achievement. Also the mining. Mlowezi has got also some minerals. So we are appealing to the government that some exploration should be extended to Mlowezi to explore for oil, salt, manganese, diamond, and other minerals. Also, the budget talks about the CDF, which other people have talked about the CDF, because for us, that is I don't know what I can call that one. It's a game changer. It's something up to now which has actually helped the people of Mlowezi to come up from the poverty which they were subjected to. Right now, what I'm talking about, procurement is taking place for this year's activities in terms of hospitals, in terms of schools, in terms of small bridges, and other activities. We have also bought some bed sheets, linen for hospitals for Mlowezi, which we never had. People were sleeping on the floor. Now we are buying beds for the hospitals, which is a good achievement for Mlowezi. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Uzakile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the 2023 budget speech which was delivered on 30 September by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwane. Madam Speaker, this budget has identified job creation as a priority. And we want to thank the New Dawn government for employing more than 40,000 workers in the public sector. Madam Speaker,
There is a point of order. The Honorable Member for Wengwa, what is your point of order?
Madam, thank you very much for allowing me to raise on this a serious point of order. Madam, the member who has just stood up to debate, he has already debated this motion. And we are wondering why, and we should even go, okay, to the records, to the Hansards. You'll find that the man has already debated. So why is he repeating to debate on the same motion? Thank you very much, Madam. I need your serious ruling on this one.
Thank you. The clerks at the table, can you please confirm whether the Honorable Member has already debated? Pardon? The Honorable, according to the clerks at the table, they've confirmed that the Honorable Member for Uzakile has never debated the motion on the floor. So the Honorable Member for Uzakile will continue.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was interrupted, I was thanking the New Dawn government for employing more than 40,000 workers. However, they should have been smart enough to highlight how many
Is it another point of
how
order
many workers.
on the Honorable Member on the floor? You can go ahead.
No, listen. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to apologize to my colleague for interrupting his line of thought. I need your ruling, Madam Speaker, for a point of order which sought to, first of all, mislead you, mislead the House, and mislead the entire nation from the Honorable Member for Wengwa. I will need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, you cannot raise a point of order on another point of order. So your point of order is not admissible. The Honorable Member for Uzakile, please continue. Can we give him time so that we...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was
hear
trying
his
to say
debate?
government should have been smart enough to highlight how many jobs will be created in the private sector. Madam Speaker, this budget again clearly highlights that mining is still dominating in terms of the exports, which stand at 4.4 billion US dollars of the 5.9 billion dollars exports that we have. We now have the mining sector in this country, Madam Speaker, that is private sector led, which is creating a jobless growth. If I may give an example, Madam Speaker, the 1.3 billion US dollar FQM nickel mine, which is much talked about, is only creating more than 700 plus jobs. And if you contrast with the 40,000 jobs created by the New Dawn government in the private sector, it's on the sorry side. And arising from this scenario, Madam Speaker, serious questions arise. Why should we give incentives twice to such a sector which is not producing results? Why should we go back to the same formula that failed? I want to agree with my honorable colleague from Chimwemwe, who said that
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
the debates coming on this floor are not from research, but from what we have gone through as a country. The other week,
Order, honorable member. There is a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Commerce.
Madam Speaker, I still stand on the same standing order number 65, where it is lamentable to note that the honorable member debating, I don't know, he says the nickel mine, which does not create jobs or revenue. Madam Speaker, it is a mining industry and mining sector. Like he said earlier, that it's a mining sector which is the biggest contributor to the revenue generation. It is the same nickel mine, Madam Speaker, which this government, through good policies and incentives, that we have reopened to create more revenue generation, even to sustain the employed civil servants. So is the honorable member in order to claim that this government has not brought in sectors which are going to generate revenue? We have continued now to attract more investment in the mining sector through the biggest nickel mine to be in Africa, hosted in Zambia. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling. Is he in order to mislead himself and his constituency that the New Dawn government has not created ventures to generate wealth? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. At this point, we are just hearing views by any member of Parliament in this House. People in here, you've got different views, which might not be the same. Those views might even be different, or they can be the same, depending on the individuals or the individual that is debating. So the Honorable Minister, what he can do, I know starting from next week, the Honorable Ministers will come to this House to respond on everything that was being mentioned in this House. It can be from the Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, because as UPND government, you've got your own plans, and this is your budget. So at that point, you'll be required, as you are responding, this is one way of informing the public of actually what you are planning to do in your budget. So until next week, I think the Honorable Minister will be noting down all the issues that need to be responded, because not all the issues, they tally with what the UPND government is planning in their budget. So the honorable members also, let's try to be focused as you bring your views to the floor of this House, so that we do not mislead the people out there. Let's just look at the budget which was presented and expand on that. So the honorable member for Uzakire will continue.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, governance is about comparison. Governance is about experiences that we've undergone through. I was just saying that the mining sector is creating a jobless growth. This 1.3 billion investment is only creating 700 jobs. We are trying to contrast with the 40,000 jobs that government has created. I have the budget here. Here. I have it. Let him go through. And again, on 26 July, the president was just commissioning this. And this number was mentioned there, though the number of employment is not here in the budget speech, but it was mentioned on 26 July when the president was commissioning. So there is no misleading here. Going forward, Madam Speaker, we are saying, I've heard debates here. Last week, one minister was saying that we have missed out. A lot of investment has gone in the Congo because we've not been giving incentives in the mining sector. The people of Sakire don't agree with that because we have undergone that. After privatization, Madam Speaker, or before privatization, our production in this country was 257,000 metric tons. After privatization, a lot of incentives were given to these to the mine, and production rose from 250,000 metric tons to 750,000 metric tons. And the experiences that we had, we experienced job losses. We never balanced our budget using the proceeds from the mining. For example, that I can bring to be more practical. Let's look at KCM. KCM had 22,000 employees. Those were both directly and indirectly employed. At a time, government was taking over. Employment was 4,600. It's a sorry side. This is the same route that you are going through. They say once bitten, twice shy. And one bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yeah. You can't say, I have one, let me release it, I'll catch for it tomorrow. No. From this speech, they've indicated mining is dominating 4.4 billion out of the 5.9 billion US dollars. In short, what they are telling us, what the minister is telling us in his budget is that mining is still the golden goose that lays the golden egg. Why should you say, no, let's go and try to go where? We need to also to sustain this one because it's more reliable, it's what we are seeing. Correct. Yeah. If we increase production to 3 million metric tons, are these mining companies going to pay more tax? Are they going to create more jobs? The answer is no. Because if you see all those numbers do you know how much employment do we have in these mining sectors? 30,000 direct employed and another 30,000 indirect. How many government has employed? Close to 1 million. Is it making any sense? It's not making any sense. It's not making any sense. I'm from the mining constituency. Our contractors and suppliers are not benefiting. Procurement now is done internationally, disadvantaging our people. What kind of benefit is that? We come in peace here. We've not come to fight. We've come to offer solutions. The solutions in the mine, number one, is to increase the shareholding. Number two, float the shares on the Lusaka Stock Exchange. In the presidential speech here, the president talked about increasing the benefit of our people. That is how our people are going to benefit. Because when you increase shareholding, our people will buy shares. And each time these mining companies will pay dividends, our people will have money in their accounts. Let's increase the shareholding. Let's maintain more pan. We are a mining country, we have a lot of mines. We have no control. We don't know the production cost per ton. That is why these people are paying lower taxes, because they are cheating. We don't know the production cost. It's very important to keep more pan, recapitalize it and keep it.
Honorable member, cheating is unparliamentary.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker. That's why there are false declarations in terms of taxes. There's transfer pricing, there's tax avoidance. All those activities arise from that because we don't know what is happening in the mining sector. So it's important to recapitalize more pan so that we can use it to as a determinant to or the control to these mining companies. How can we boast that we have mines when our people don't benefit?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Mwinilunga to add a voice to this very important exercise in the development of our country. Minister, before you go out, I want to thank you that the speech that you presented to this House was well or professionally crafted and fabulously delivered. Madam Speaker, the minister doesn't need to worry
about some of our colleagues that are averse to the budget speech. It is normal in a political house like this one. Others will make what we may call necessary noise simply because they may not have understood what is in the speech. How else could one say that they do not understand the nexus between the budget speech and the instruments of development like the 8th National Development Plan and various sector strategies, which is properly laid out, and the connections could be seen by anyone who cares to see. Anyone who cares for the development of this country, I think, is able to see. I want to congratulate the Minister for making strides towards the attainment of 25% of the budget going to the educational sector. We were somewhere below 10, and now we are moving, we are at 14%. Well done, Minister. Well done, the New Dawn government. That is how it's supposed to be, because education is a pillar for our development and is the best equalizer in any given economy. Minister, I would also want to thank you for the investment that is going towards agriculture. The procurement of the kits, the motorbikes, and staff recruitment, construction of houses, and construction of dams, and also the programs that are meant to reform the FISIP. I think these are very important programs aimed at enhancing our agricultural productivity in this country. Minister, I know that we have had structural constraints in many areas, and I will speak specifically for 3 provinces. And I think I've always advocated for 3 provinces that are the poorest provinces in this country: Western Province, Rapura Province, and Northwestern Province. I note that most of the things that you've done around Constituency Development Fund are aimed towards improving the situation in these provinces. I also note that you're constructing roads in these provinces in order to improve communication and logistics with our sister countries. I think this goes towards improving the economies for these provinces. But I want to say that we need to do more, Mr. Minister. We need to do more because as we speak today, Northwestern Province, Western Province, and Rapura Province have the highest rate of unemployment. The highest rate of unemployment. We need to, not Southern, just these 2 I've mentioned. We need to do something about this. Deliberate measures have to be taken so that we can reverse this situation in these 3 provinces. Whatever you do, Minister, if you are only looking at global situation in the country without really looking at these 3 things that I've mentioned, 3 provinces that I've mentioned, your efforts will be negated by lack of employment in these 3 provinces. So deliberate measures have to be taken to ensure that we improve the economic circumstances of these three provinces. As we stand today, Northwestern Province is the richest province in this country. The income per capita in the province is 50,000 kwacha, meaning every pocket in the Northwestern Province, every person in the Northwestern Province has 50,000 kwacha in the pocket. But you go there, they are the poorest. We need to do something about that. We can't continue on that trajectory. Some measures have to be taken to ensure that the trend is arrested. Let's look at these three provinces and take deliberate measures so that we can improve the situation in these three provinces, Mr. Minister. I want to make this earnest appeal that we need to equalize. I hate inequality. I hate it. I hate inequality. We are all the same. We are all the same. And therefore, government should be, yes, they hide some of you, but what we eat and how we live must be the same. Must be the same. So, Minister, I know you are an old hand at these things, and your capabilities at managing the economy, no one doubts you, and I'm sure you have heard you'll be able to do something. Thank you very much for the work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Have the last two, the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa and the Honorable Member for Itesteji. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
I thank you most sincerely, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Kamfinsa constituency to make a few comments on the proposed 2023 national budget. Madam Speaker, owing to limited time, I'll restrict my debate to one very important issue, which I think is appearing in different budget lines, and this relates to empowerment programs. Madam Speaker, you are aware that successive governments have attempted to find a formula that could be utilized to reduce the poverty levels in our respective constituencies. I'm aware that instruments have been put in place. The Ministry of Youth, Sport and Child Development has been giving empowerment funds for so many years. I'm aware that the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission has also been giving money for so many years. I'm also aware that there are other government institutions under Ministry of Community Development that have designed programs that are supposed to help the community. As I was looking at the 2023 national budget, Madam Speaker, I noticed that funding has been provided again in those particular different ministries to support women, to support the youth, and to support other different groups that need to be empowered. What issue am I bringing to the floor of this House, Madam Speaker, in relation to the budget? It is how we should now start measuring the impact of these programs that have been designed for so many years. And I'll give a very practical example. Groups were formed. Each of these members of parliament went into the constituencies and encouraged people to form cooperatives. For those that are under the Ministry of Agriculture, they were quite fortunate that they have been considered for some of these very key, important programs. One of the reasons, Madam Speaker, why cooperatives in Zambia have not worked, and I'm sure each one of us will agree, that at the first instance of giving cooperatives money, what normally happens is that those cooperatives will get the money. Immediately the money hits their account, Madam Speaker, you find that the cooperative will meet on a Monday or a Tuesday and they will agree to share the money. Once they share the money that is meant for one very important project, what happens, Madam Speaker, is that the objective of government, this has been the case for so many years, the objective of government to empower people does not get achieved. In essence, Madam Speaker, we are getting money and splitting money in a group, and the intended beneficiaries at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, are not benefiting. The point I'm raising, Madam Speaker, which is very key, even as we review the 2023 national budget, is that as we design these empowerment programs, some of these programs, Madam Speaker, we need to change them. We need to change them. We need to realize that no matter how much money we give people that are in a group, lessons have taught us that half the time, majority of our groups are just sharing money. For those that have not shared the money, especially where you give them money to go and buy specific items, be it chicken rearing, be it a hammer meal, the first cycle will be successful. The moment they sell those chickens, you'll find that one chairman will say, no, let's just share the money. We've had these cases, Madam Speaker, for so many years. And that is why today, as I was reflecting on the 2023 national budget, I was basically trying to interrogate what could be changed in the design of this formula. Should we use cooperatives, for instance, to push in money and then allow those members of each cooperative to do businesses individually? Again, lessons have taught us, Madam Speaker, that when you give money to individuals, person A forms a company, you give them money, there are high chances of succeeding. But when you give people money in a group, and these are lessons that I've come across in so many instances. The time I was serving at a very lower level, Madam Speaker, some of the programs that have been implemented today were tried. And the problem and the excuse has always been, who owns this particular program? So today, as we consider the estimates that have been allocated by the Minister of Finance for purposes of empowerment, under SME, under CEC, under Ministry of Local Government, the much publicized CDF, already, Madam Speaker, we have people in constituencies that are sharing money. It's a quite sad state of affairs, but it should also tell us something, that the policy of empowering people must be redesigned. How do we redesign it? Should we give money to people to go and share, or we should just encourage people to form companies or individual empowerment programs that would be more sustainable, that would be measured, and that would give people the right results? The whole purpose of empowering people, Madam Speaker, and I believe the minister responsible for youth, on his desk he has records of so many groups that have not succeeded. The reason people don't succeed in groups, Madam Speaker, is because there's no sense of ownership. They feel that this is government money, we are in a group, no one owns this program. The moment you give money to an individual, go and start a business, Madam Speaker, we are going to produce successful Zambians. So my appeal today, as we support the allocation that has been provided towards a different empowerment programs, is that we need to redesign the systems under which we empower people. The old story of go and form a cooperative, Madam Speaker, we are wasting money. And I'm saying we are wasting money because the intended beneficiaries who we are giving money in groups, Madam Speaker, are not able to use the money for the intended purpose. The intended purpose is go and start a business, start selling chickens. After you sell chickens, go and buy the next set of chickens and make profit and support your families. But if you go in these constituencies, and I'll speak from a very important point of view, if you go in these constituencies, Madam Speaker, majority are not getting out of poverty. The issue we are discussing is a poverty alleviation strategy. Is it working or it is not working? My experience, and I believe this view is shared by many other members of parliament, is that yes, we need to put money into empowerment, but Madam Speaker, the concept of cooperatives needs to be reviewed. We need to start identifying individuals that we believe can be successful businessmen and women, and then we can reduce poverty in our country. So on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa constituency, we support the allocation towards empowerment programs, but we want to send a message of caution that 5 years will pass, Madam Speaker, the results of reducing poverty will not be seen unless we redesign the formula. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Itesteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving an opportunity to the people of Itestezi also to add their voice to this historical budget. Kudos to the Minister of Finance for a budget that myself I would describe as one of the best homegrown budgets from the time we got our independence. Madam Speaker, I'm saying so because when you look at the budget under discussion, it's clearly aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. The budget clearly aligns to the Vision 2030. The budget clearly aligned to the 8th National Development Plans. And the budget is clearly aligned to the United Party for National Development Manifesto. Madam Speaker, what more can someone ask? Madam Speaker, just last week there was a debate on the borrowing plan. Indeed, this budget has an aspect of debt that we need to supplement to this budget. The debt that is enshrined in this budget, Madam Speaker, is well intended and is debt for a reason, borrowing for a reason. Because we are coming from a history where this country was on oxygen, it's necessary that we resuscitate it by ensuring that some of the monies that we are complementing to this budget goes to the sectors which were neglected. In my constituency, there were roads which were abandoned, very critical roads, Madam Speaker, going to a district which is producing 120 megawatts of electricity. The district, Madam Speaker, with the largest national park, these roads were abandoned and no one is giving us any answer. Hence, this budget, some of the borrowing that will be done is going to complement such sectors. Madam Speaker, allow me to touch on agriculture. I will be very brief. So many pronouncements were made in the budget. The FISIP reforms, very necessary. If these reforms are not done, FISIP becomes a breeding ground for thieves. Madam Speaker, the intention is to benefit the real people that need to grow in the agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, this budget is trying to ensure that only the farmers, that are the farmers who are...
Order, Honorable Member on the floor, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've heard the Honorable Member using the word thieves. Madam Speaker, is that a parliamentary word? I seek your serious ruling before we accuse people of being thieves. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member will withdraw the word thieves and replace it with another word.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thief is withdrawn and replaced with the people that do not mean very well. Madam Speaker, there is a serious pronouncement in the agriculture sector of construction of dams. Madam Speaker, since independence, these pronouncements have been made by the previous governments. Madam Speaker, the people of Itestezi are excited that when these dams are going to be constructed, they are going to benefit the farmers. Not only will the farmers depend on fishing in the dam, but it also moves them for them to start fishing and also do some fishing in the dams. Madam Speaker, the recruitment of extension officers, this has been the cries of the rural districts. As we speak in most of the districts, Madam Speaker, the farmers are moving kilometers to go and pick a veterinary officer, adding the cost to the farmer. Madam Speaker, this recruitment is going to be a milestone and it is going to make the business for the farmers lucrative and make them generate additional income that will make them
improve their livelihood. Madam Speaker, allow me to touch on the education sector. As you may be aware, this government, it takes education as a priority. Where a motion was on the floor to bring about meal allowances, Madam Speaker, this government is always ahead because it puts the interests of the students at heart. Madam Speaker, through a click of a button, all the young people in the public universities, Madam Speaker, meal allowance was reinstated. Madam Speaker, that is unprecedented. It's something that in the previous regime, it was not done. And the young people right now at the University of Zambia and other universities, they are concentrating in their studies because they know that they've got a meal at the end of the day. Not only that, Madam Speaker, the recruitment of teachers, 11,000 nurses, 30,000 teachers, 40,000 young people are recruited, Madam Speaker. When you multiply 40,000 plus each of those young people who are recruited, Madam Speaker, they look after a family of not less than 6 people in their family. We're talking about 240,000 individuals going to benefit from this recruitment. Madam Speaker, what more can someone ask? Allow me, Madam Speaker, to touch on the pronouncements also that borders on investing on the protection of the young people. The Child Code Bill was passed, and the Ministry of Community Development, we have seen that there's an increase in terms of allocation on the child protection and the child development department of the ministry. We are very certain that the future of the young people now will be very safe. We are certain that programs that are going to see to it that issues around juvenile justice are ensured in the government programs, they will be in place. And we are sure that the young people will be safe and the number of GBV cases, they will reduce. More important, Madam Speaker, in the budget is the allocation around early childhood education. In the budget, there was a pronouncement to construct additional early childhood centers in the schools. Madam Speaker, that is the starting point of every education system. The formative years of every child are very key because they build a child who is going to understand and to have a firm background in his education journey. Madam Speaker, I'll touch on tourism. Government very deliberate about promoting the tourism sector and also going to the areas which are less pronounced. I'm very certain that the tourism management fees that have been allocated, they will also touch on it, says Madam Speaker. A beautiful place, but very little is known about it. Madam Speaker, we feel that this amount of money will market areas like Itestezi, and people will know and invest in this sector, and the benefits will accrue to the young people, the benefits will accrue to its economy. Madam Speaker, allow me also to touch on the rural electrification. This budget very deliberate. Amounts of money have been allocated, and we look forward to some areas like Itestezi where power is generated, and only 10% of those schools, they've got power. This is unacceptable. We look forward to this money also going to see to it, even our chiefdoms, they should have electricity so that we digitalize also the education system. Our children should be able to use computers, should be able to use internet, and be able to participate meaningfully in the development of this country. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. We support this budget.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President, Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us on Parliament Television. And business of the House has just been concluded, with the House, of course, still debating the motion of supply.
And let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House before we leave. And one time when business resumed, Madam Speaker did permit two cabinet ministers to render two ministerial statements, and the first ministerial statement was rendered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and this is Honorable Jack Mwimbo, and it was on the measures, it was on to ensure the national that the upcoming by-elections will be peaceful. Calling the details of this ministerial statement.
Yes, Apostle, and the Minister rendered a statement on the matters of based on the matters of urgent public importance raised by honourable members of Parliament, and the first one was raised by Mr. Davison Mungandu, Member of Parliament for Chamat South Constituency. This was regarding violence allegedly perpetrated by the United Party for National Development cadres, and the second one was raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, and this was also regarding UPND militias. The first one was raised by Honourable Munsanje, Member of Parliament from Babala, on the violence during nominations caused by a violent political party.
And the Minister did begin by giving brief facts over the cases that occurred on the 13th of October 2022 during the nominations for council chairperson by elections in various parts of the country as follows. And in Lusangazi district, the nomination exercise progressed without any incidents of violence until suspected party cadres was spotted a named Patriotic Front sympathizer who was suspected to have been insulting the Republican president. And went on giving details of what really transpired on that particular day. And with regard to Chama district, the minister did say that the Zambia Police Service did not record any instances of political violence. However, around 9 hours, the Zambia Police Service recorded two cases of murder in which two subjects of Chief Kabombo area in Muziemba village were violently murdered by other villagers after being suspected of practicing witchcraft.
And police also recorded one case of attempted murder in which one person was almost murdered in the same villages who had villagers who had murdered the other two persons. And the fact of the matter that on the unknown date, but in the month of September 2022, the two deceased persons actually were murdered, and the number. The two deceased persons were murdered in this village. And in order to prevent further violence during and after elections, the Zambia Police Service is undertaking some measures, and some of these measures include deploying additional police officers in areas where elections are being held, and also enhancing cooperation and understanding among the members of the public, leaders of political parties, as well as other party cadres.
Others are launching offline and online campaigns to strengthen youth resistance to political manipulation and violence, and to promote peaceful participation in elections. And the other one is sensitizing the general public on the importance of upholding law and order and enhance intelligence gathering. And the minister did proceed, Pauline, by warning all those perpetuating violence, specifically political party cadres, that they are not unexceptional to the provisions of the law. Perpetrators of violence will be dealt with regardless of political affiliation.
And of course, he assured the House, through the House, that the new Dawn government is anchored on the rule of law and will effectively manage the affairs of the nation.
The other ministerial statement did come from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and this ministerial statement was on the water supplies situation in Kanchibia and Petauke constituents, and this was emanating from the matter of urgent public. And according to the minister, did give a brief background, did say that his ministry is implementing two national programs, namely the National Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Program and the National Urban water supply and sanitation program. And these programs are aimed at improving livelihoods and public health for the people of Zambia.
And in the first part of his statement, the minister addressed the House and he said that the water supply situation obtaining in Kanchivia on a matter of public urgent importance raised by the Member of Parliament for Kanchivia constituency. And the second part was also a matter of public urgent importance obtaining in Petauke Urban, which is also raised by Member of Parliament for Petauke Central. And the minister informed the House that the country is facing water supply challenges such as drying up of water wells and in some cases boreholes reported by the honorable members of Kanchivia and the constituency also drying up. And he said that the state of affairs could be attributed to climate change, which has led to droughts and shifting rainfall patterns, which are heavily impacting on the availability of both ground and surface water resources. He said that in addition, human activities such as encroaching on the headwaters and indiscriminate cutting down of trees and siltation of rivers, among others, have reduced groundwater recharge, thereby causing the water tables to go down, leading to drying up of protected wells.
The minister proceeded by saying that the New Dawn government is determined to ensure that the people have access to clean and safe water from protected water sources, as a clear demonstration of the government's commitment to ensure that water sanitation for all, including people in Kanchivia constituency. His Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation has signed a contract worth 3,677,867 kwacha under Lot 14 with the DDYPE Company Limited to drill 45 boreholes in Mochenga province, and out of these 10 boreholes would be drilled in Kanchivia constituency to increase access to improved sources of drinking water for the people of Mochenga province.
And the minister further went on to say that the current water source for Petauke groundwater, which has 4 boreholes that were drilled and commissioned in 2012 at the Farmers Training Center FTC area to service the urban areas of Petauke, had dried out, and one of the four is currently not operational due to an increase in water levels due to climate change. And to supplement the 3 other boreholes and cushion the water supply challenges in Petauke, another borehole has since been rehabilitated at Anusa.
So those are the 2 ministerial statements that 2 cabinet ministers, one from the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, and the other one came from Water Development and Sanitation. And the House did proceed to consider 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And just before that, Pauline, we did see Madam Speaker making an announcement where she informed the House that in the absence of Government Chief Whip, the Member of Parliament for Mitete constituency, and this is Mr. Chinga Miyutu, Mishek Mutelo, will act as Government Chief Whip until further notice. And the House proceeded to consider question 72 and question 73, not forgetting question 74.
And some of these questions, just some of them, one of them came from Bangweulu's Member of Parliament, Mr. Anthony Kasandwe, and he posed a question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development and wanted to know when the construction of the following feeder roads in Bangweulu parliamentary constituency will be completed. And these were Kalasa Mukosa, Chinwe Shiva, and Chisemba. And he also wanted to know what the cause of delay in completing of the project is. And in response, the minister indicated that the projects had stalled due to financial challenges, and the cause of the delay in completing the project, he also indicated that this has been delayed due to the financial constraints, and that the project will resume as financial resources have been sourced.
Question 73 came from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Chinga Miyutu. It was directed to the Minister of Agriculture and wanted to find out what the total number of registered agricultural cooperative societies in Kalabo district was as of January 2022. And according to the Minister's response in the first part of the question, did say that a total number of 54 registered cooperative societies in Kalabo District as of February 2022. So that's the number. And how many farmers benefited from the Farmer Input Support Program in the district during the 2021-2022 farming season? And according to the Minister's response, did say that 310 farmers benefited from FISIP program. And the last part of the question, which is part C, what measures are being taken to increase the number of beneficiaries in the district? The Minister did respond by saying that the Ministry is reviewing the FISIP program, and 290 farmers have been added to Kalabo district, which makes up the number to 600, because initially they had about 310. So the number went to 600 farmers are the ones benefiting.
And question 74, which was posed by Milanzi Member of Parliament, Melesiana Piri. This was posed to the Minister of Energy, and she wanted to know whether government has any plans to upgrade the ZESCO office in Katete, and if so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no plans, why? And in response, the Minister of Energy indicated that recently government, through ZESCO, constructed a new district office in Katete district, and that this had been upgraded from district office to area level, which handles more than 30,000 clients. And and when the plans will be implemented, Honorable Minister of Energy indicated that the plans to implement this have already commenced, and that this office will be operational by 2023.
So those are the three questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and there was resumption of debate on the motion of 30th September 2022. As of yesterday, it was Mr. Peter Piri was on the floor of the House, and today when that motion came up for consideration, he did proceed to debate where he left from. On behalf of Jason Manda, and indeed not forgetting Pauline Monga, my name is Paul Sentindovi. Remember, tomorrow is Friday. Business resumes at 09 hours. Wishing you all the best, and thank you so much for your time. Have a fantastic evening.